never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundin in Mumbai. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election, his party also flipped the Senate, and it was confirmed on Wednesday, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers. Benji Hire reports.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Trump is picking Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his Secretary of State. Trump also announced the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. Meanwhile, controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. Ira Spitzer has more.
In a statement, Trump described Rubio as a fearless warrior who will never back down to our adversaries. The 53-year-old Republican, who has been a Florida senator since 2010, has previously advocated for taking a hard line towards countries including China, Iran, and Venezuela. He's generally seen as more of an interventionist than Trump, although some more recent comments, such as advocating trying to wind down the war in Ukraine, indicate that he may be shifting his views to be more aligned with the president-elect. Trump also announced the nomination of former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. If confirmed, she would oversee 18 spy agencies and provide a daily briefing for Trump on intelligence issues. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. Last month, the US Secretary of State gave Israel an ultimatum of 30 days to ensure more aid trucks reach Gaza daily. Jody Jacobs has more from the United Nations in New York.
The United Nations, when asked if Israel had done enough to meet America's demands, the answer was a blunt no. The world body says people continue to starve in some areas. Many are fighting over bags of flour as there is just not enough supplies. The UN says over the past month, the average number of trucks getting into the Strip is just over 40 trucks per day. Israel disputes these figures and blames the UN for failing to deliver aid. It claims some aid trucks are being looted by armed men.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Regular listeners may recall that last month the Biden administration gave Israel 30 days to improve humanitarian access to Gaza or else face a suspension in US military aid. Now, a month later, the Biden administration says sufficient progress has been made to head off that eventuality. But relief groups say that assessment is laughable, and so does Palestinian academic and analyst Professor Kamel Hawash.
The use of the word apocalyptic is correct. It's actually the worst humanitarian situation I have experienced in the 21st century. Israel tells the world, it is letting humanitarian aid in, but I have more faith in the humanitarian aid organizations that say that it isn't allowing aid in the quantity that is required. But in particular, it has sealed off northern Gaza and hasn't allowed any aid in for more than 30 days. People literally don't have food or clean water, and they've even bombed the Kamal Adwan hospital to stop people getting medical treatment after they bomb them.
The US government says Israel has broken no laws. Aid organizations say some areas in northern Gaza are already experiencing famine. White House critics argue the threat to withhold military supplies was simply a political maneuver designed to help Vice President Kamala Harris as she campaigned for the presidency. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All right, I suppose it is that time once again. Here we go. You caught me. You caught me. Yeah, Pappy, that's what I do during a break. Hope I wasn't picking a winner. Oh, what the hell. We close out a Wednesday, hump day in the books. Well, at least in the Eastern time zone. Ready to work our way into a Thursday. We'll turn the page on the calendar, 14th day of November in the year of our Lord 2024. Another day in the books. So hi there. I'm Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Well, if you could see outside the secret bunker, it's kind of a soggy, rainy night. Matter of fact, it's a rainy night from the Great Lakes through the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, and on down to the Mississippi Valley. So essentially, we got rain from the Gulf shores, there along the Mississippi-Alabama coastal. There is some heavier rain in southeast Mississippi. You're solidly in the rain, in and out of some pockets of heavier rain through northern Alabama. Some of those rains moving into northern Georgia, Tennessee. It's pretty much raining from west of Nashville all the way over to the North Carolina line. A lot of rain through Kentucky, western Ohio, central and eastern Indiana. A lot of rain in lower Michigan as well. That's our surge of moisture that's going to be continuing to advance at a pretty rapid pace. The good news is it's moving on from west to east at a pretty good pace. Yeah, I'm sure before we close things out here 5 hours from now, the rains will be east of the secret bunker. How much of this is going to reach the eastern seaboard where they can really use it? I'm not exactly sure, but you're undoubtedly going to see at least some beneficial rains. So that'll help out with the drought and the wildfire standpoint. Some areas could see some flash flooding, the risk of downpours, localized flooding, primarily from Louisiana, the panhandles of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, into northwest Georgia, eastern Tennessee, and Kentucky. There will be some pockets at times where rain could briefly pour down 1 or 2 inches in an hour's time. So, but as I mentioned, the steady west to east nature moving along through the day Thursday should greatly limit any flooding problems. However, as the rain does advance through some of those hard-hit, disastrous flash flooding from Helene areas, it could hinder some of the repair operations there. Outside the risk of localized flooding, for most, it's going to be maybe up to an inch of rain from the central Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes region. Should have some positive impact on the water levels along the Mississippi and our Ohio rivers. Of course, AccuWeather says much more rain is needed to overcome the severity of the drought conditions there and the tug and barge operations being hindered there in the south. Meanwhile, we can start looking ahead. The same storm that is going to bring the first showers of the season to parts of Southern California toward the end of the week will gather new life over the Great Plains next week. Could bring some heavy rain to some areas that have been hit by downpours and perhaps even the first snowfall of the season for others. Spotty, gusty showers and thunderstorms will sweep across the deserts this weekend. As that energy reaches the southern high plains, a big storm is forecast to take shape. Drought conditions are causing much of the plain states, as well as many other areas, to experience varying degrees of long-term abnormal dryness. The storm will be very beneficial over the southern and central plains, likely to bring a general 1 to 3 inches of rain, localized areas maybe near 6 inches, spanning Sunday night to Monday night. We're looking several days ahead here. In some cases, too much rain, too fast, could lead to flash flooding. Wichita, Kansas, you've seen your 5th wettest November on record in the first 13 days of the month here. If enough rain falls late this weekend into early next week, it would eclipse the record of 6.69 inches of rain set more than 100 years ago, back in 1909. A bit further south, Oklahoma City. The November record is 9.63 inches, set back in 1931, with rainfall already at nearly 7 inches, which is already a top 3 or top 2 for November. You could easily break that record. So while some are dealing with extreme drought conditions, others are seeing a lot of rain. The same storm may set up some locally severe thunderstorms late Sunday all the way into Tuesday over the southern and central plains. Now, the extent and the magnitude, that's what they're going to be watching closely as the storm gathers strength early next week. As the storm tracks from southwest to northeast over the plains, it will begin running into some colder air further north. Should the right pieces fall into place, many areas from central Nebraska northward to North Dakota, Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, you may get your first snowfall of the season. That would be probably in the Tuesday to Wednesday of next week time frame. In eastern areas like Minneapolis, that rain will transition to snow later on Tuesday to Tuesday night. Technically, this would not be the first snowfall of the season for the Twin Cities. They got a coating to, in some cases, a couple of inches on Halloween. But should this storm evolve to its full potential, accumulating snow could be accompanied by strengthening winds and a considerable amount of blowing and drifting snow with poor travel conditions. So sounds like next week we may be transitioning from shower and thunderstorm forecasts to more of a winter outlook. We could see our first winter weather advisories, winter storm watches in areas across the northern plains next week. Who we got checking in out of the box? There is Philly Dan, of course, who likes to say good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Marianne. Jeffrey checks in from the Sunshine State. Good morning, all, says Tom. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. That means the overnight drive is hammered down. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up. 51 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. The holy water falling from the heavens to bless this country. The Republican Party maintains control of the House. 219 seats at this point. Trump nominates Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. I did not see that coming, and a lot of people didn't. The Democrats just wet their diapers. The hits keep coming. Tulsi Gabbard is Director of National Intelligence. The Trump train is in the station. The engines are building up steam. The Patriots are filling the seats. All aboard. Anyway, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Hear all the news and weather events with Mr. Steve Summers, broadcasting live somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. Are you with us? All right, good morning, Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in. Let's see, keeping up the prayers for the flood victims out there. Yes. Cap and Ron, 68 degrees, I-10 and I-75 this morning. Good morning, America. From Kevin, keep up the great work, Steve. Drivers, thank you very much for what you do. All right, we mentioned Mary Ann is in the house. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 67 degrees. Orlando turnaround number 2 is underway. All those, like me, that go over to Rumble, make sure you hit the like button to help the algorithm there, to get the show out more. Yes, that's a good thing to do on any given night. Facebook, Rumble, you always give it a big thumbs up. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 30 degrees in New Baltimore. Back to Schenectady tonight. Hello from the Michigan Madman. There's James. Here we are, 9 days since Election Day, and you've got locations that are still counting votes. Ugh. Yeah. Brain Dead, good morning. Happy Thirsty Thursday. 62, partly cloudy at the Memphis International Airport. We had a good amount of rain today. It was great sleeping weather to hear the rain on the tin roof. Well, I'm getting ready to leave on this run. Got a load of turkeys headed for the stores in Little Rock. I wonder how this is why they meant cold, hard cash. Frozen turkeys. Yes, that's cold, hard cash. I'll check in later in the program. And there's the Ice Cream Man. Check it in on I-30 from Hope, Arkansas this morning. Oh, we can't leave out Rick. They're in Portsmouth. Good to have you on board. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yeah, the nominees, appointments, they just keep on pouring in as we get set for the incoming administration. Yeah, much more on that as we roll into a new day. Yeah, we're headed into the winter season. As we just mentioned, many areas early next week, maybe your first accumulating nasty travel conditions as we head into the winter. Officials in British Columbia are reminding truckers about overnight parking restrictions along a particular mountain pass. Officials with Parks Canada issuing their winter travel reminder for commercial vehicles traversing the Trans-Canada Highway through Rogers Pass in Glacier National Park. In the update, they remind drivers overnight parking and sleeping in vehicles in the summit area is not permitted due to the safety and traffic management considerations. Officials said the restrictions are in place because the area is used for safe vehicle parking throughout the winter season during unexpected highway closures. The restriction on overnight parking pertains to several areas through the summit area, including the parking areas at the Rogers Pass Discovery Center and Washroom Building, the NRC Gully Pullout, the eastbound side, the highway shoulder and pullouts within the summit area. In addition to the overnight parking restrictions, commercial vehicles are prohibited from stopping in Rogers Pass between the Sir Donald Rest Area and East Glacier Rest Area, with two exceptions. You're permitted to stop at the Washroom Building for a maximum of 30 minutes. Stops are also permitted for putting on or removing snow chains at the designated areas along the highway's shoulder. They said most of that area is already designated as no stopping due to the risk of avalanches. According to park officials, Rogers Pass is a high-altitude mountain pass subject to extreme weather with an average annual snowfall of nearly 46 feet in the park. The agency said there are 135 avalanche paths that have the potential to impact that transportation corridor within that 26.7-mile stretch of the highway. Oh, man, winter's a-coming, right? Well, the Grump checks in out of the box here on a Thursday. Morning, Grump.
What do you say, Steve? Man, wasn't that a steamroll of an election there? It looks like the House is gonna stay in Republican hands, and that's a good thing. I was looking at some of his picks for his cabinet, and Tulsi Gabbard was a good pick for DNI. She's well versed in the intelligence side of the House there, being in the in several of committees and everything, being read in on that. I don't much care for the Pete Hegseth pick for Secretary of Defense. A lot of people like it, but I don't. He was I think he was first slated for the Veteran Affairs. They kind of talked about that, and then Trump just decided, well, I'll just go ahead and make him Secretary of Defense. And I think you need a little bit more experience in just being a platoon leader to run the entire military side of our Defense Department. And so I wasn't very happy with that. And this Matt Gaetz pick for AG.
I figured that.
I didn't think he was going to do anything.
I figured that one would blow you away. I know you're not a big fan of Matt Gaetz.
No, not at all. And Trump gave him a pretty good butt chewing when he and McCarthy got into it. And over that secret deal that McCarthy supposedly did, which he did, with Biden on providing aid for Ukraine. And they went on that no confidence vote and they booted his butt out. They had a hell of a fight over that, but it made the Republican Party look very weak at the time. And that was, Trump had a big problem with that. And I saw it two ways when he asked him to do that. I mean, he has absolutely nothing to lose. He's not liked at all by I'd say half the Republicans and none of the Democrats. They think he's a little bit on the strong side. He was a wealthy, just a rich kid that was basically handed that congressman position. He ran for it, but hell, he's, nobody would run against him because of the money and because of his father. But I see it as, in a couple different ways. I'm thinking that, he's out of the House. He resigned immediately whenever, Trump told him that, he was picking him for the AG.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to make it through the confirmations, and I don't think Pete Hegseth is either. I think both of them are going to, fall on their butt. Both of them, especially Pete, he has a massive amount of controversy around him, and for extramarital affairs and things like that, and so Democrats going to wear him out on that. But Gaetz, I look at him as if he fails in the confirmation, if they block it where he didn't even get an up or down vote on this, then he's out on his butt. I mean, he's not there to do anything about some of the opposite side of the party that that he contested so much. And I think he come in under the Freedom Caucus, if I remember correctly. And it's been kind of a a slugfest with him and several of them there in Congress. And then, did you see that at the convention, him and McCarthy just about went to blows?
Yep.
They had a hell of a argument there at the convention. And look, I wasn't no fan of McCarthy's. I mean, but that man has raised more money for the Republican Party than anybody else combined. I mean, he's raised hundreds of millions of dollars and passed it out, in states that they needed to win some seats, and they did. They flipped 9 seats right now. So it worked out pretty good. And I know he didn't give Gaetz a damn dollar, but whatever. I mean, they got their bad blood. They need to get it straightened out. But I just I don't know, this whole election, man. I was just looking it over, and I mean, the difference between his transition team now and what it was back in 2016 is daylight and dark. They every book that I've read on him, and KT McFarland had one of the best out that I think. But Trump openly admitted that he just did not think he was going to win. You know, he was looking at the polls just like everybody else was, and Hillary Clinton was up in places, some of the swing states, 15 points. And, you know, of course, he come back and, you know, just boom, you know, was the president.
Mm-hmm.
So they did not have hardly anybody in place for the transition team, and they really had no idea what to do to you know, get the ball rolling where they can get people in position to, you know, for the takeover. And yeah, it was a mess, but they said they worked through it. And it, you know, people think that they're just the confirmation hearings is just going to be over, you know, the top 8 or 9 positions there for the cabinet. You know, the Senate has to pass 1,200 new confirmations on this. They're going to put 1,200 people through the confirmation process, and that's how big the cabinets are. I mean, there's a ton of them.
I had no idea that it was that kind of a number. I knew some of the big positions, and like you said, Matt Gaetz, they highlight may have a tough time getting through the confirmation process, but 1,200? All right, we're going to pause there as we take care of our news break. Much more to come. Rolling into a Thursday, a brand new day, Friday Eve.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson.
Congratulations. Thank you.
President Joe Biden and Donald Trump have met at the White House as the two men prepare for the transfer of power. Trump will return to the Oval Office in January after winning last week's U.S. presidential election. Biden called for a smooth transition to the next administration, and the president-elect agreed.
A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe. You're welcome.
Trump is also continuing to announce several high-level cabinet appointments. That includes offering a Fox News anchor the job of leading the military and a new position for Elon Musk, the world's richest person. Here's Mitch McCann with more.
Pete Hegseth, who co-hosts the weekend TV show Fox and Friends on the Fox News channel, is set for a significant promotion, leading America's 1.3 million active duty troops as the Secretary of Defense. Hegseth is a combat veteran, having served in tours to Afghanistan and Iraq and was stationed at Guantanamo Bay. However, he lacks political experience for such a senior government role. Mr. Trump has also found jobs for key allies Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. The pair are set to lead a Department of Government Efficiency aimed at reducing wasteful spending and bureaucracy in the government. Mitch McCann, New York.
Donald Trump is still facing several criminal cases in the U.S. The prosecutor leading 2 of them will step down before the president-elect takes office. Reports from the New York Times says special counsel Jack Smith and his team plan to resign after winding down both federal cases facing the former president. In one of those cases, Trump allegedly took classified documents out of the White House. In the other, he's charged with attempting to interfere in the 2020 election outcome. Neither have gone to trial, and now it's unlikely either will. Trump maintains his innocence in both. Staying in the US, Republican senators have chosen their new leader. John Thune has won the race to succeed Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell. Thune, a South Dakota senator, won Wednesday's secret ballot to become the majority leader of Congress's upper chamber.
This Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact President Trump's agenda.
And residents of India's capital, New Delhi, are experiencing a thick layer of toxic smog blanketing their city. With winter approaching, the air quality there has dipped to what officials call severe levels. Reporter Ishan Garg is in Delhi.
New Delhi's PM 2.5 pollutant levels are currently 70 times what the World Health Organization considers tolerable. Residents can be seen wearing masks on the road as they battle a perennial problem with no immediate relief in sight.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
On a Thursday, welcome aboard. Yeah, we left off talking about Gates. Yeah, they say he may face a difficult confirmation battle. Although Trump's almost certain to push the senators hard to assure that confirmation. Senator Tom Tills said, "I'm all about counting votes, and I would think he's probably got some work cut out for him. I mean, we're not going to get a single Democrat." Yeah, Gates, one of the most well-known conservative figures in Congress, is certain to have a groundswell of grassroots support. Trump continued praising Gates, making clear how he plans to use him in this position. Matt, he said, will root out the systemic corruption in the Department of Justice and return the department to its true mission of fighting crime and upholding our democracy and Constitution. We must have honest integrity and transparency in the Department of Justice under Matt's leadership. All Americans will be proud of the Department of Justice once again, as he put it. But so a tough confirmation hearing. What do you think about the Senate Majority Leader Thune picking up that role?
I think that was a damn good choice.
Okay.
I think he went through a couple of different secret ballots, and he overwhelmingly ended up with it. And I think he's been around for a good while. He was the whip for McConnell, and he pushed a lot of the stuff that McConnell couldn't get passed. And of course that's what a whip does. But I don't, like I said, I don't look for all the Republicans to welcome Gates with open arms. He stirred up a lot of stuff with them, but even if they block him or a Democrat comes in and puts a block on it where they're not even going to go through the confirmation, Trump, the only other choice that Trump would have, and I'd hate seeing that because it would really upset the apple cart, is if he did a recess appointment and put him in there like that. And that would really, I think that would really cause some issues with the other senators there. He had better choices, but he's wanting this watchdog, and that's one thing. He is. He's a sworn libertarian. He don't like big government to begin with, but I think I just don't see him making it through the confirmation. I think he's going to have one hell of a time, and I think his second choice is probably I don't know. It might be Cruz. They had talked about that also. I do believe he was on one of the lists there, and also Whitaker, who was his AG before before Bill Barr took over, and Matt Whitaker did a hell of a good job. Now he's always been a Trump supporter, but he's also been a part of the AG for years. I mean, he's been a prosecutor and federal prosecutor, and he knows the business. So that would have been a really good choice. And I've often kind of wondered why they didn't get some kind of a IG, Inspector General or something, involved more in the Justice Department there to root out a lot of that what's going on, because they, like I said, they got 1,200 confirmations that they're supposed to be doing, but they'll never do them. They'll never do them all. There'll be a lot of recess appointments, and there'll be a lot of them will just be, all right, he's already in this position, and that's what screwed, just because of so many Obama carryovers that just couldn't accept the fact that Donald Trump was the president of the United States. He won, fair and square, and so this is something that I just really didn't understand, is why they don't have somebody specifically in that position, whether it's a creative position or not, to get rid of a lot of these bureaucrats that have done nothing but cause problems. And but you also got Vivek Ramaswamy, and you got Elon Musk that's in this new position here that's going to be rooting out a lot of the bloated government that we have. They're figuring right now that they can get rid of $2 trillion out of that $5 trillion budget. And I know from being in the military, it was a use or lose kind of situation. I mean, you would look at the money that you had last year, for your organization, for your shops, and for your units and everything, and you'd say, well, we don't want to lose any of this money, so let's buy more junk that we don't damn need, just to keep that budget up there to where you can, you got enough money to buy stuff with that like I said, that you don't need. Other stuff is in working condition, but it's now let's get some new stuff. And I remember they had a billeting office there at Whiteman Air Force Base. They built, went in, they had budgeted to completely remodel 3 of the old barrack systems, the old dormitory systems there, and turn them into billeting, for transitory people that's coming in and out of the base. And they did that. They completely remodeled 2 of them. One was it was named after one of the Challenger. It was named after Space Shuttle Challenger. And they cut the damn ribbon on it. Somebody spent the night there, one night, and then the next day they come back in with bulldozers and stuff and tore them down to put new up. It made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever to spend that kind of money. And that money was already allotted for it. Mm-hmm. Well, hell, if you knew it was going to tear them down, then why would you do it? Why didn't you just knock them down to begin with and put up a new building? But that's the use or lose system that we have, and it's ridiculous. So, and I don't think Hegseth, I don't think he's going to help that one bit in the Defense Department. I really look at this, and I've kind of went back over a lot of the secretaries of defense. A lot of them have been former congressmen, and but they've also worked in the intelligence committees. They've been members of it. They've been members of the Armed Services Committee. A lot of them have been out of sync, for generals and people like that that knows the system, that knows the budget system. That's it's going to be a lot for him to learn, and I mean in such a short time. And I just like I said, he the highest he got was platoon leader, and hell, that'd be like taking a cab driver and putting him in charge of a major trucking company, and saying, here, but I don't know. I'm not pounding
Right.
on the guy. I just don't think he's that qualified.
So he's going to have a lot to learn. But I mean, I guess what the idea is, they surround him with others that have more experience as advisors and people to try to guide him and educate him.
Yeah, they got, they'll have the secretaries, they'll have the undersecretaries of defense, they'll have people like that that's been in these positions for eons. But, one of the requirements that you look at in a lot of the people that's been in the, SYNC, PACAF, the heads up that's run those theaters. And when I say those theaters, it's those areas of that, we have a large presence of military people in. A lot of, the war colleges and stuff like that. David Petraeus, General Petraeus was one of the architects of a lot of the war plans and things that's in that was in the war colleges, and whether it was Air Force or Army or whoever, they would attend the war colleges, so they would learn how to fight wars, and they would learn about massive budgets and things like that on the deployments. And a lot of it was taught in some of the, we were, as a senior NCO, I was, had to go to a lot of schools where we would learn budgetary things, and you get to picking up on things that are necessary to move troops and to make a unit survive. And he may have done some things, but like I said, I think they're going, when it comes down to it, they're going to look at him and say, no, you're nothing but basically a Fox News commentator, and that's just, you chose that path, and we don't want you in the military. We don't want you, running this government or this agency now. And it's, I might be wrong, but I just don't see him at all through the confirmations. I don't know who the hell they would pick, after him. There is a lot of strong voices out there that Trump knows, and and I'm sure all his advisors and everybody from his military advisors there that he has on the ground right now that's filling him in on everything on his daily briefings. I don't imagine Hegseth was one of his first picks or one of their first picks, but Trump gets a little hard-headed on things like that, and he's like, when he wants something, he kind of leans that way, and it just seems to me like he's wanting to be out of the ordinary right now. And whether it's good or bad, I don't know. It's really going to, truth is in the pudding, I guess. But we'll just have to wait and see, how it goes. But being out of the ordinary is not all that bad. You know what I'm saying? It's when you bring somebody in that really has no ties to the government whatsoever anymore, and to congressional parties or anything like that, when you focus just on that unit, just on that military side of it, and what you can do better for the military. But, like I said, they had him in mind for the Veterans Affairs and, taking over it. And I thought that would have been a really good post for him, because I know he's been on a lot of podcasts, and he's done his own podcasts and things that's had a lot of wounded warriors on there, and talked about the VA systems and stuff, and how they can, make them better. And, I've been fortunate, Steve, man. I just had eye surgery at my VA, and I have never had a bad word to say about that place. They are just efficient, and the people there, you couldn't ask for better people. And you don't walk down the hall that somebody's not acknowledging you or saying something. And then you go to Kansas City to the VA up there, and it's completely the opposite. It's just a hellhole, and people didn't have a lot to say about it, a lot of good to say about it. And those are the kind of places that initially Trump was trying to straighten out. He was really taking a lot of advisement from a lot of the vets and some of the medical providers that were actually at the VA. But right now, you're hard pressed really to pronounce half the people's names, that the doctors and people on there that that works at the VA.
Sure.
It really is. We have a lot of Indian doctors, a lot of people coming in from Africa, and the guy that missed the cancer, in my kidney, was an African, and he said, well, I guess I missed that. And I said, man, get the hell away from me before I knock your ass out. And he was a resident, and he just it was above his pay grade, I guess, to really look at the scan the way he did, and he missed it. And one of the techs caught it and said, hey, the guy's got something going on with his kidney here. So, but anyway, he didn't stay long, and he was kind of in training, and that's the problem with a lot of the VA system is they bring in a lot of people that's residents or just training and pay them well, and they got good bedside manners and stuff like that, but the experience of the older doctors that are there is retiring, and so it makes it kind of hard. But
right.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a transition here, man. I'm not kidding you. It's it's going to be something to see, and you said email I sent you last night about somebody had asked the question, what would happen if Trump and Vance didn't make it to the
correct.
Yeah, there's a process, this is something that the founders, from Madison and they really, in Hamilton, they really wanted these checks and balances that would be fair to the people. That's something that was new to the people, was some fairness. And so, man, it took some thought to put into this. When you look at 248 years ago that they were thinking about this stuff, and how they were designing our system today, that we that's been so, I guess you could say, just so effective in governance. It just amazes me that's what they come up with. When you look at the 85,
they had the foresight to even see the question that was asked. They had the foresight that was written in the process. If something, the question last evening was what if something catastrophic were to happen, and Trump and JD were out of the picture, but before the swearing in. And Grump had the response. I don't think we got a chance to touch on that, but yeah, the founding fathers actually saw that far ahead. All right, Grump, I got to jump ahead here. The New York Times just broke a story which, I don't know, is this kind of like maybe a smear piece on Matt Gaetz? And it almost sounds like somebody in the House Ethics Committee must have leaked this, because for the most part, it's meaningless now. The House Ethics Committee, they say, which has been investigating allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, was prepared to vote to release a highly critical report about him on Friday, according to a Republican official familiar with the matter. That release would have come 2 days after President-elect Trump selected the Florida congressman to be Attorney General. Now, Gaetz abruptly resigned from his House seat this past day, effectively ending the long-running investigation. It would all be for naught, but somebody, I guess, felt like they needed to get that out there. How much truth there would be to that, right? And when they said that the committee was slated to vote, they may have voted not to release the report. We don't know, but I don't know. As the world turns.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey, let's jump over to Fairfield, see what's going on with Daryl this morning. How you been, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
We're all doing well. I'm feeling a lot better than I did, say, 4 or 5 days ago. The antibiotic finally kicked in. So, yeah, doing good.
I noticed you was off a day or two, and I missed you. I thought Grump was right on it tonight and had his P's and Q's in line.
Mm-hmm.
And the reports from the boys from Hope, Arkansas and Jonesboro and down in that way made me homesick. I grew up in Paragould, which is right there in the Missouri Boot Heel, around Kennett, Paragould, Jonesboro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how did the election suit you?
I'm like most conservatives, I'm very pleased. I'm kind of overwhelmed at how things went. I did not, I, like so many others, did not see the red wave coming at all.
I didn't know that they would take both the Senate and House of Representatives. That's just unheard of. And that puts Trump in the driver's seat. And I was glad that we got a younger man in for McConnell. He has served his time, 17 years.
Correct.
Do you think the bridge will be built in our lifetime across the Ohio River?
Well, Daryl,
do you see them making any progress on it?
I think construction will get underway. I don't know how many years is it going to take them to actually get it done.
I heard 2032.
Wow. Okay.
That's a long time. Are you seeing any construction on it as you come across or drive around there?
I've not seen anything at this point, no.
I know that they've moved some buildings, bought some land, but I've not seen any concrete or steel being piled up
Correct.
down there. Well, listen, I will let you go. I want you to know that I listen. I enjoy your show, and I prayed for you while you were going on some of your difficulties. And have a good week.
Daryl, thank you so much for checking in. Appreciate it. You have a great morning. Whoever it was that mentioned, here we are 9 days post-election, and they're still counting. What's the long drawn-out process? Just pulling up the breakdown. California is one of them. Several of the yet-to-be-decided House races are in California, which had only counted about 3/4 of its votes statewide as of Tuesday. Some voters in Los Angeles County reported waiting in line for more than an hour on Election Day, despite having hundreds of vote centers open for multiple days, more than 400 ballot drop boxes, and the opportunity to vote by mail. Asked what contributed to these long wait times, the county recorder, Dean Logan, said, the places where we saw the bulk of lines is in L.A. County, where at colleges and universities, where we also saw students who are registering to vote and voting for the first time, and that takes longer. Certainly makes the lines longer. It's not unusual, unexpected, as the nation's most populous state is consistently among the slowest to report all their election results. We received election night when the polls closed, 1 million ballots that still needed to go through verification, signature verification, extraction, he said. They need the same security and quality review that any of the ballots that were cast before the election. Now, compared to a state like Florida, they finished counting their votes 4 days after the election. The same was true 4 years ago. Florida reported the results of nearly 99% of ballots literally within a few hours of the polls closing. In California, about 1/3 of ballots were uncounted after election night, And the state was making almost daily updates to their count a full month after Election Day. Now, that's going back to the previous. All right, so I think there's 5 or 6 House seats that are yet to be decided in California. But with, as they described, the red wave that we had seen throughout the country, places like California saw an incredible red wave as well, right through the heart of the state. And I believe there are 3 out of those 6 leaning Republican. They may be Republican House seats. We'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzin in Mumbai. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election, his party also flipped the Senate, and it was confirmed on Wednesday, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers. Benji Hire reports.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Trump is picking Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his Secretary of State. Trump also announced the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. Meanwhile, controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. Ira Spitzer has more.
In a statement, Trump described Rubio as a fearless warrior who will never back down to our adversaries. The 53-year-old Republican, who has been a Florida senator since 2010, has previously advocated for taking a hard line towards countries including China, Iran, and Venezuela. He's generally seen as more of an interventionist than Trump, although some more recent comments, such as advocating trying to wind down the war in Ukraine, indicate that he may be shifting his views to be more aligned with the president-elect. Trump also announced the nomination of former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. If confirmed, she would oversee 18 spy agencies and provide a daily briefing for Trump on intelligence issues. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. Last month, the US Secretary of State gave Israel an ultimatum of 30 days to ensure more aid trucks reach Gaza daily. Jody Jacobs has more from the United Nations in New York.
The United Nations, when asked if Israel had done enough to meet America's demands, the answer was a blunt no. The world body says people continue to starve in some areas. Many are fighting over bags of flour as there is just not enough supplies. The UN says over the past month, the average number of trucks getting into the Strip is just over 40 trucks per day. Israel disputes these figures and blames the UN for failing to deliver aid. It claims some aid trucks are being looted by armed men.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Regular listeners may recall that last month the Biden administration gave Israel 30 days to improve humanitarian access to Gaza or else face a suspension in US military aid. Now, a month later, the Biden administration says sufficient progress has been made to head off that eventuality. But relief groups say that assessment is laughable, and so does Palestinian academic and analyst Professor Kamel Hawash.
The use of the word apocalyptic is correct. It's actually the worst humanitarian situation I have experienced in the 21st century. Israel tells the world, it is letting humanitarian aid in, but I have more faith in the humanitarian aid organizations that say that it isn't allowing aid in the quantities that is required. But in particular, it has sealed off northern Gaza and hasn't allowed any aid in for more than 30 days. People literally don't have food or clean water, and they've even bombed the Kamal Adwan hospital to stop people getting medical treatment after they bombed them.
The US government says Israel has broken no laws. Aid organizations say some areas in northern Gaza are already experiencing famine. White House critics argue the threat to withhold military supplies was simply a political maneuver designed to help Vice President Kamala Harris as she campaigned for the presidency. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, as we roll into hour number 2, what do we have? Hello to Timothy. A cold night, 38, he says. Rocky Mount, Virginia. Bird. Speaking of which, we've got frost advisories all the way down into western and central Oklahoma tonight. And that's the chilly air coming in behind the cold front. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve, right? 2 weeks till Thanksgiving. Wow. 41 days till Christmas. 67 days till inauguration. And yeah, you're looking forward like me. 127 days till spring. Got the usual tonight, except it hasn't stopped raining since I left the yard, but we need the rain. Congratulations on the Trump nominees. I think he's making good choices so far. Rainy, breezy, 52 degrees by the Kentucky Speedway on Interstate 71 tonight. There's Cripshot checking in. Good morning, Cripshot. Hope all's going well. Meanwhile, let me jump over to, it's been a while since we've had a chance to chat with the Hillbilly. Hello, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. I've got one complaint. I wish the states could make a paint that you can see in the rain at night.
Because you can't see the lines.
Going through Cincinnati. Yeah, there's parts of Cincinnati here on 71 there. You're guessing where you're at on the road. I'm just glad traffic's light. But other than that, it's been a good night. So how was the cruise?
All went well. We had beautiful weather. Got plenty of sun, plenty of skull busters. Got to see plenty of bikinis. You know, all the fun stuff.
Woo-hoo. I hear you. But no, the election night last Tuesday, or Tuesday before last, I didn't listen to none of the news. Just I was really wasn't real sure which way the election was going to go, the way the polling was. So I just kept up the radio off, and I walked in the house about 1:30 and looked at TV and went, I'll be darned, look at there. And it just went uphill from there.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh, yeah. I mean, won a popular vote for almost 5 million votes, and like Victoria College, 302 last track I had. If I ain't mistaken. And it was hands down, couldn't argue it. He won. I agree with most of his picks for his the cabinets, but I don't know, except for Gates, and no one I ever really heard of. But I think he's doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm more happier about, at least the first 2 years, is presidency. You don't have to worry about him having impeachment hearings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you did the last presidency. So, but that's about all I got, Steve. Glad to hear you back on air. I've been home early the last few nights, so I didn't know you were off. What, you have a cold or something?
No, I've been here. I don't know what Daryl was referencing. I mean, I was off over the weekend, a normal Friday and Saturday night, but we've been here all week.
I got you. Yeah. I got home early the last few nights, so I didn't get to listen to you. I was snoozing. But I'm glad if you did have a bug, I'm glad you're getting over it.
Yeah, I came down with strep throat. I'm guessing the grandkids brought it home or something, so.
Well, that strep throat's awful hard to do your job, ain't it?
All night? I didn't really. I got lucky. I didn't have really. When she came back with the results, I said, "Well, I don't even really have a sore throat." And she, well, I just. You are clearly, based on the color of the test, she said, you are clearly strong with strep throat. I said, so she put me on this is like last Saturday when I got the diagnosis. So I've been 5 days on antibiotics now. So, yep, I never got the strong cough. Knock on wood, thank goodness, because it would be hard to do this job if you're coughing and hacking.
Yeah, right. Well, Steve, have a good night, and everybody be safe out there.
All right, good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Thanks for checking in. All right, in the Northeast, keeping a wary eye on dozens of fires that continue to burn. At least one life lost. Bone dry weather. You've got some rain on the way, right? This is going to be much beneficial. Firefighters in Massachusetts working to contain several fires as strong winds and drought conditions continued. According to the National Weather Service, they had the red flag warnings in much of that state. Parts of Connecticut this past day. Massachusetts officials said all of the 200 or so fires they've dealt with this month were caused by human behavior, according to the governor. The governor says, Yeah, please avoid lighting fires. Now is not the time to burn leaves. Now is not the time to go outside and light a fire. Some firefighters have been injured. One blaze near the New York-New Jersey border killed a Parks employee over the weekend. The fire had grown to more than 7.5 square miles. That was only 10% contained as of Tuesday afternoon. No evacuations were ordered, although some people left voluntarily. Winds that were forecast as high as 25 miles per hour have begun to dissipate now. New York's governor Tuesday announced fire restrictions that are in effect through the end of November. The ban prohibits brush fires used to dispose of debris or bonfires higher than 3 feet. Contained campfires are still allowed in most of the state, although outdoor grilling has already been banned in New York City. Most of the East Coast has seen very little rain since September, and experts say the fires are pretty much going to persist until we get some significant precipitation or frost. I don't know which is going to come first, but like I said, you do have some precip on the way at this point in time. Hello to the getaway man. Good morning.
What's going on, Steve?
Doing all right. How's your week going? Friday Eve already.
So far, so good. Did I just hear you saying outdoor grilling has been banned in New York City?
That's what it said.
I've actually been there, Steve. I'm telling you, I don't see any reason for it. I mean, everything you look at is either cement or asphalt. I don't see what's going to catch fire up there.
Okay.
I really don't. That they couldn't put out with a garden hose, but that's just, yeah. Well, what do you expect? They're Democrats. God bless them. They need all the help they can get. In the meantime, I got good news, bad news, and I have a good question for you. First, the good news. And the good news is, California can just take their sweet time all they like for their 90-day vote count or whatever it is they do up there, out there. Because I'm telling you, I just left California, by the way. I just heard on another program earlier this evening. We got the 218. We've got the House. It's all over with, but the crying for Democrats. We got the House. We got the 218 majority we need. So, hey, everybody else, take your time. We don't need it now. Sorry, Steve. I just like to spike the football every once in a while. Let's see. I'll get on to the bad news here in a minute. Who was that was on here a while ago? And he was talking about. I was out of the truck. I just jumped back in the truck. I recognized the voice, but I couldn't place it. And he was talking about some candidate for something or another. He got put in charge of something. His analogy he used was like a cab driver being appointed to run a trucking company. Who was that, and what candidate was he talking about? What was the position?
That was the Grump referencing the guy that the Department of Defense, the guy for the Fox News host guy. Forget his name.
Tucker. Him?
No. The Trump appointed the Fox News weekend guy, the weekend host. What the hell was his name? It's the Department.
Yeah, the guy on the
head of Department of Defense. Yeah.
Is he going to take the job or what?
Well, yeah. That's he's got to go through the confirmation process, and right now that's what Grump was kind of referencing. He doesn't think he'll get Senate confirmation. He's going to have quite the battle to get. He's due to the lack of experience.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go get grilled, and because he has a lack of experience, he's going to get.
Yeah, Pete.
God bless.
Pete Hegseth. Hegseth. That's his name. Pete Hegseth.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, on to Matt Gaetz. I wanted to talk about Matt Gaetz too. I don't know about how long ago it was, but you remember some time back, Matt Gaetz was rather embroiled in a bunch of controversy, and they were lining up with the pitchforks and the torches to hang him. Remember that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't even remember how long ago it was, and he seemed to pretty well get through it and come through unscathed. Well, I got to thinking, I'm like, well, I started doing some research on this guy, and I'm telling you, it seems to me like he's like Donald Trump's. I couldn't find anything that was that pointed to the fact that this guy may be actually guilty of any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But checking out his attitude, his attitude, he is kind of a tough customer. He doesn't like to. That's why he got elected to Congress, because he doesn't go along to get along. He doesn't like to play nicely in the Washington way with the other children, and I think he ruffled a few feathers, and that's why they tried to blackball him and get him the heck out of there. But as you can see, it hasn't worked, and now that it hasn't worked, he's just another Republican with an axe to grind with demon rats and rhinos. Yeah, some of the buttheads that were making some accusations against him as far as ethics violations, they were rhinos. And well, there you have it. I'm not seeing it. I hope he wins the nomination for
Yeah, he's also got to go through that confirmation process in the Senate, and he's going to have an uphill battle to get confirmed in the Senate as well.
Oh no, he'll cruise through that. Like I said, they've already barbecued this man once, so he's already used to it. Yeah, they're gonna wish they had never done that, I think, and I kind of hope I'm right. But anyhow. Also, I was listening to another talk show, Steve. Here's a good one for you. Heard this, like I said, on another talk show I was listening to, and it's to do with the J6 matter. Did you know there's still a guy who's been under arrest? He's been in jail for 4 years. They from the January 6th matter. They still have not charged him. They still have not charged him. He's been in jail the whole time, waiting on what they call a pretrial hearing. They've moved it 15 times. His name is Jake Lang. I don't know if they were saying Lang is in Lange or Lane is in Lane. But this guy has been basically is sitting in jail waiting for official charges and everything for almost 4 years from the J6 matter. Oh, yeah. Does this sound like the America you and I know?
No, and Getaway Man, he's not alone. Pappy sent me the headline from that a bit earlier. It didn't have his name, but he's a reporter apparently. The headline, reporter pleads guilty to January 6 charges, confident that a pardon from Trump will be forthcoming. A reporter on November 12, pleading guilty to 4 charges stemming from entering the U.S. Capitol on January 6. Those charges, none of them were insurrection. Nobody's been charged with insurrection. It's impeding or interfering with an official proceeding. All those minor charges. But 4 years he's been there. That's a Pappy kind of highlight. 4 years later, what the hell? So he's just pleading guilty now. He's been sitting there all this time because he's technically not guilty.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. What do we have? 844-844-3388. Yeah, what do we got? Happy coming up here. Looks like Eagle will be checking in. And several others. As usual, the call screener has a difficult time understanding when people speak. I came across an interesting tidbit out of Florida. Hurricane Milton. Nearly a month has passed, right? There are still some people that are contending with floodwaters. AccuWeather explained most flash floodwaters recede as quickly as they rise. But river flooding can sometimes last more than a week. Now, in the state of Florida, with their flat landscape and the surrounding ocean, rivers recede exceptionally slowly. In a place known as the Ridge Manor community, about 50 miles west of Orlando, water still covering yards and homes more than a month after Hurricane Milton. A flood warning has been in effect for this town for 34 days. Yet one of the few remaining warnings since Milton roared across the state. Residents, they say, have been using airboats to travel to work and school. Many also used airboats to vote in the presidential election in a FEMA disaster recovery center that had been converted to a polling station. The National Weather Service describes river flooding, denoting consistent stages at water levels at the river gauges. They increase in severity from action to minor flooding to moderate flooding to major flooding. Hurricane Milton dropped more than 15 inches of rain from Tampa to Daytona Beach on October 9th and 10th. But the Withlacoochee River gauge at nearby Trilby, Florida, didn't reach its maximum height of 19.68 feet until 10 days after the rains fell. It was the third highest crest for the river gauge, only 8.64 inches below the record set in 1934. The river finally fell below major flood stage on October 30th. It dropped to the moderate stage on November the 7th and was anticipated to drop to the minor flooding stage yesterday, November the 12th. Could you imagine that? Literally, you're under a flood warning, and it's been 34 days. Life goes on, right? Just living life. All right. What do you take the kids to school on an airboat? I've never heard of such a thing. All right, so there you go. We'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Of course, we've got to take care of our news break, take care of business, as they say. If you'd like to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. All right, so real quick, while we got a moment, the cold weather's coming, right? You can avoid that gelled diesel fuel this winter with Hot Shot Secret EDT plus Winter Defense. Right now, they've got a special going. Buy 2 16-ounce squeeze bottles for just $30 only at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. That continues through November 26th.
From Feature Story News in New York, I'm Sally Patterson.
Congratulations. Thank you.
President Joe Biden and Donald Trump have met at the White House as the two men prepare for the transfer of power. Trump will return to the Oval Office in January after winning last week's U.S. presidential election. Biden called for a smooth transition to the next administration, and the president-elect agreed.
A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim. You're welcome.
Trump is also continuing to announce several high-level cabinet appointments. That includes offering a Fox News anchor the job of leading the military and a new position for Elon Musk, the world's richest person. Here's Mitch McCann with more.
Pete Hegseth, who co-hosts the weekend TV show Fox and Friends on the Fox News channel, is set for a significant promotion, leading America's 1.3 million active duty troops as the Secretary of Defense. Hegseth is a combat veteran, having served in tours to Afghanistan and Iraq and was stationed at Guantanamo Bay. However, he lacks political experience for such a senior government role. Mr. Trump has also found jobs for key allies Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. The pair are set to lead a Department of Government Efficiency aimed at reducing wasteful spending and bureaucracy in the government. Mitch McCann, New York.
Donald Trump is still facing several criminal cases in the U.S. The prosecutor leading 2 of them will step down before the president-elect takes office. Reports from the New York Times says special counsel Jack Smith and his team plan to resign after winding down both federal cases facing the former president. In one of those cases, Trump allegedly took classified documents out of the White House. In the other, he's charged with attempting to interfere in the 2020 election outcome. Neither have gone to trial, and now it's unlikely either will. Trump maintains his innocence in both. Staying in the U.S., Republican senators have chosen their new leader. John Thune has won the race to succeed Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell. Thune, a South Dakota senator, won Wednesday's secret ballot to become the majority leader of Congress's upper chamber.
This Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact President Trump's agenda.
And residents of India's capital, New Delhi, are experiencing a thick layer of toxic smog blanketing their city. With winter approaching, the air quality there has dipped to what officials call severe levels. Reporter Ishan Garg is in Delhi.
New Delhi's PM 2.5 pollutant levels are currently 70 times what the World Health Organization considers tolerable. Residents can be seen wearing masks on the road as they battle a perennial problem with no immediate relief in sight.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Good morning to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Sadie'ville, Kentucky, where he says 53 degrees, raining, about 60 miles south of the secret bunker. Been in the rain since Tennessee. It wasn't raining when I left Ackworth, but I'm liking the cabinet pick so far. And as for the choice of Hegseth, Bongino made the point, I guess yesterday, that it may be time to have someone from outside at the Secretary of Defense position, since many of those who have had the experience that Grump was alluding to have not been effective. Plus, he knows the bureaucratic system since he researched it extensively for his books. I'm also hoping Trump fires at least 400,000 of those over 5 million government employees. I have delivered to several VA hospitals, and like Grump said, some are great, others not so much. All right, anyway, everybody have a great night. All right, hello to Pappy. Good morning.
What's happening, Steve?
Morning.
Listen, man, hate to disagree with Grump a little bit here. Because I respect Grump. He's a great caller. He's got great insight. He's a very intelligent man. I actually wrote some notes down, Steve, so I wouldn't forget. And one of them you just mentioned about Hepstead. He wrote a book on how to clean up the military. Steve, he wasn't just a platoon leader, man. He was a mid to high ranking officer, over 20 years experience.
Okay.
Listen, man, Steve, the Pentagon needs a cleaning. Big time. Most of these top generals have gone woke. And like you just said, how are they doing, Steve? How are they doing in Afghanistan when they pulled out of there? Word has it, I think I mentioned this on your show the other night, the Pentagon has been secretly meeting trying to figure out how they can bypass Trump. We had a senator come out, a couple months ago, trying to figure out a way to take the military powers away from Trump if he's elected.
Wow.
Right? Remember I told you just a couple nights ago that a lot of these generals, they got their own interest in mind. These top Pentagon officials. When they were having a meeting in the Oval Office and Trump kicked out one of the big top generals and said, get me some enlisted men in here, I want to talk to them. Steve, another thing here, man. Same thing with Matt Gaetz. Steve, there was no criminal charges brought up against him. This was a total hit job on him. He resigned his seat so they could get his seat filled by January. That's the reason he resigned. It had nothing to do with these allegations against him.
Yeah, and this, so that, like I alluded earlier, that New York Times piece that just came out like at the midnight hour, that's pretty much just kind of a hit piece to make him look bad, right?
Steve, listen, man. Gaetz was a warrior, dude. Remember how he was calling out the rhinos? All these rhinos in the House, calling them out. Him and, what was the female from Florida, House rep from Florida? They just went havoc on the House, man. Trying to clean up the corruption and the way things are normally done. Steve, they need to get both of these people confirmed. And I'll tell you what, last thing we need is if we got some Republican senators that do not confirm Trump's picks. We the people voted Trump in. We voted these senators in, and we voted these House reps in. Who's not going to be on board? Right?
Okay.
We're going to find out real quick, which Republicans in the House and Senate are not on board with Trump. Real quick, if these people start not wanting to nominate. Steve, there's a reason we took over the Senate. Right? And if we're going to have some of these Republicans backstab him right at the shoot before he's even in office. You know what, Steve? People have spoken, and we're going to speak again in 2026. I encourage all your listeners to maybe call your Senate reps from your state and say, you better confirm these people. You better be on board with what American has spoken. Because if you start backstabbing this man, we're going to backstab you come 2026. That's my opinion. Tulsi Gabbard, Steve, did you know she's a high-ranking officer in the United States Army Reserve for over 20 years?
Yep.
Listen, man. Unusual times calls for unusual measures. And things are broke, big time broke. Even in the Pentagon. Broke, Steve, I'm telling you. It needs a cleaning, man. And I think Pete can get it done. He can, listen, man, we still got good people, right? It's not all. We still got good warriors out there that know how to create a battle plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we do got to go to battle and we do got to go to war, don't think that Pete's just not going to listen to these people. Very intelligent man. He's not just a Fox News contributor, man. That's not what he is. what he's been, but he's more than that. So, all right, took up enough of your time, but listen, man.
Well, I'm looking here at a report, which I'll give you the rest of the story coming up. But I mean, they said that the transition team is drawing up plans, a proverbial laundry list of military officers that are going to get the axe, and pretty much sounds like Milley has been a complete disaster, right? Mark Milley, yeah, everybody that he has elevated is on the chopping block. Everybody that Milley has moved up in the chain of, because he's the one that's been elevating all these woke generals.
Steve, he should probably be looked at seriously for committing treason. He's the one that called China and said, "Hey, don't worry, man. Trump gets out of hand. We'll handle it. We got the codes. Don't worry, man." Are you kidding me? You talk about bumping the chain of command. See, that's a serious threat, man. If the Pentagon is literally saying, "Listen, Trump gets in, we're going to do our own thing. Screw him." That's a problem. That's a big problem. Needs to be cleaned up.
Well, the swamp draining's about to get underway, as they say, right? House cleaning time. Housekeeping. Come on. Yeah, the rest of the story here. Members of the transition team, they say, the report, drawing up a list of military officers to be fired, potentially to include the Joint Chiefs of Staff, according to several sources. An unprecedented shakeup at the Pentagon. The planning for the firings is at the early stage after Trump's victory and could change as Trump's administration takes shape, according to the sources. Now, one of those questioned the feasibility of a mass firing at the Pentagon. It's also unknown if Trump would endorse the plan, although he has railed extensively against defense leaders who've criticized him. On the campaign trail, he talked about firing woke generals and those that were responsible for the debacle of the pullout of Afghanistan in 2021. Second source said the incoming administration would likely focus on U.S. military officers seen as connected to Mark Milley. Yeah, the Trump's former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Milley was quoted in the book War by Bob Woodward that was published last month, calling Trump fascist to the core. Trump's allies have targeted him for perceived disloyalty to the former president. Every single person that was elevated and appointed by Milley will be gone, according to the second source. There's a very detailed list of everybody that's going to be affiliated, that was affiliated with Milley, and they're going to be gone. Now, the Joint Chiefs of Staff include the highest-ranking officers in the U.S. military, comprising the heads of the Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, National Guard, and Space Force. The disclosure of plans to fire senior leaders of the armed forces comes a day after Trump picked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who had signaled a willingness to clean house at the Pentagon. The next president of the United States needs to radically overhaul Pentagon senior leadership to make us ready to defend our nation and defeat our enemies. Lots of people need to be fired, was the quote from Hegseth in his 2024 book, The War on Warriors. Behind the betrayal of the men who kept us free. That's the book Pappy was just referencing. He did a lot of research, so he's all on board on how to clean things up. Back to the first source familiar with the transition planning, said Milley's successor, Air Force General C.Q. Brown, would be among the many officers to leave. The chiefs of the Joint Chiefs and all the vice chiefs will be fired immediately, according to the source. Now, they noted that this is all still in the early planning. Some current and former U.S. officials playing down the possibility of such a major shakeup, saying it would be unnecessary and disruptive at a time of global turmoil with wars raging in the Ukraine and the Middle East. First source said it would be difficult bureaucratically to fire and replace a large swath of senior military officials, suggesting the planning could be bluster, just maybe some posturing by Trump allies. But the second source suggested the Trump camp believed the Joint Chiefs of Staff needed to shrink because of their perceived bureaucratic overreach. These cuts could be endured in an organization the scale of the U.S. military. These people are not irreplaceable. They are very replaceable. And then the other thing, too, is there is no shortage of people that will step up. I mean, in World War II, we were very rapidly appointing people in their 30s or people competent to be generals. And you know what? We won the war. It's interesting times. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, got a Thursday coming on. See what Eagle has going on. What's happening out there, Eagle? Welcome in.
Okay, yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Been a couple days. How you been?
Yeah. I've been at home for the last couple of days. I had to take some time off. We're back on the road again. Yeah. I gotta talk about some things, Steve. About what's going on, and mainly in the state of Texas. Mainly in the state of Texas with this guy, with this new guy that we just got in, this Tom Homan guy, because people in Texas are raising hell about this guy. This guy who's going to be in charge of the border and getting these illegals out of the country. Very controversial person right now, and I got some things to say about this guy. And really don't care if anybody like it or not at this point. But yeah, listen, Steve. Okay, now I've talked to you for the last 3.5, 4 years about the border situation with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, the two worst individuals to ever be associated with the White House. And see, here's the deal. Like Trump said, see, this wasn't a mistake. This was done on purpose. When I first started talking to you about the border 4 years ago, Steve, I used to ask you a question. I used to say, well, what the hell is wrong with these people? Don't they see that these people are coming in the country illegally? Don't they see, we had the COVID virus going on. They were bringing people in with the damn virus still going strong. And Kamala nor Joe Biden seemed to be concerned. And people kept saying, well, what the hell is going on? Well, maybe Joe and Kamala just don't see what's going on. Maybe they just can't. Maybe they just ain't seeing what everybody else is seeing. But then as the months and the years went on, Steve, just like Donald Trump said, it became very apparent that it was done on purpose, that Kamala Harris nor Joe Biden ever wanted to close the damn border. And the reason why I can say that with 100% accuracy tonight, Steve, is guess what? As we speak right now, the border still ain't shut down. We still got people walking into the U.S., walking into the United States. Joe Biden ain't shut it down, and he ain't gonna shut it down. He has no intentions, and Kamala Harris don't have no intentions. And then she can't figure out why she lost the damn election. Well, I got news for you, Kamala Harris. The reason why you lost the election because you're an idiot. Because that should have been the first thing you did when Joe Biden got out of the race. The first thing you should have done if you had any intentions of winning the election was close the border, brother, because that was one of the biggest issues on the map this year, Steve, and she didn't do it. And then she got the nerve to walk around crying about that she got robbed, that the election wasn't fair. It was fair. The only thing that wasn't right was that you were too dumb to close the border. And just like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, even if she won the election, she still wouldn't have closed the damn border. So it's no loss. Either way you look at it, it's not no loss as far as I'm concerned. Whether she got in or didn't get in, she wasn't going to do the job no way. Now, let's talk about this guy, Tom Homan. Let's talk about him because he stepped on a lot of toes in the last couple of days with some of his remarks, and that's exactly what I like. That's exactly what we need, Steve, is a man like that. If we'd had a guy like that 4 years ago, we wouldn't have about 10 or 15 million people in the USA illegal right now. This guy here is he's going to get the job done. He's going to get all these people out of here, the ones that don't belong. If you're here illegally, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you came in the wrong way, then you might have something to worry about. Simple as that. You chose to do it the wrong way, and now you're going to pay the consequences. Unfortunately, Steve, that's the way it goes. Because we can't keep going on down this route. You rolling out the red carpet. You're talking about veterans, just like Donald Trump said, Steve. You got veterans that's sleeping on the street in New York City, and as those immigrants walk into a luxury hotel that me and you pay for, you got a man that went to Vietnam, Korea, any other one we've been associated with, laying on the ground while an immigrant goes up to a rent-free hotel room. There's something wrong with that. And there's been something wrong with that. And anybody who thinks that is not wrong, then you're just as dumb as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But like I said, Steve, that's going to come to a complete stop. This guy, Tom Homan, is not playing games. He is not playing games at all. He's going to shut this border down immediately. He's going to stop the flow of fentanyl, the deadly drug, into America. He's going to get Trinidad Aragua out and the MS-13 gangs, just like he said a couple of weeks ago, Steve, a couple of days ago. I mean, he said if you in the country you better go ahead and start packing your bags, my man, because come January 20th, 2024, you're going to be heading out of the country, not with a round trip ticket, a one-way ticket right out the door, Steve. And that's the way it should be, because we can't allow this to go on for another 4 years. The American economy can't take it. We can't go on with this for another 4 years. Luckily, the American people made the right decision and elected Donald Trump and got the right man for the job, and we can have a good 4 years. He got complete control. He got the Senate. He got the House. He got the whole deal. There's no reason for Donald Trump.
Right. Okay. Well, Eagle, we got to pause there. We get the news break top of the hour. Tom Homan, this past day, said getting the criminal illegals out of the country is the number one priority. They have a list, they say, of more than 700,000 illegals in this country that have criminal convictions.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundin in Mumbai. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election, his party also flipped the Senate, and it was confirmed on Wednesday, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers. Benji Hire reports.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Trump is picking Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his Secretary of State. Trump also announced the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. Meanwhile, controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. Ira Spitzer has more.
In a statement, Trump described Rubio as a fearless warrior who will never back down to our adversaries. The 53-year-old Republican, who has been a Florida senator since 2010, has previously advocated for taking a hard line towards countries including China, Iran, and Venezuela. He's generally seen as more of an interventionist than Trump, although some more recent comments, such as advocating trying to wind down the war in Ukraine, indicate that he may be shifting his views to be more aligned with the president-elect. Trump also announced the nomination of former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. If confirmed, she would oversee 18 spy agencies and provide a daily briefing for Trump on intelligence issues. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. Last month, the U.S. Secretary of State gave Israel an ultimatum of 30 days to ensure more aid trucks reach Gaza daily. Jody Jacobs has more from the United Nations in New York.
The United Nations, when asked if Israel had done enough to meet America's demands, the answer was a blunt no. The world body says people continue to starve in some areas. Many are fighting over bags of flour as there is just not enough supplies. The UN says over the past month, the average number of trucks getting into the Strip is just over 40 trucks per day. Israel disputes these figures and blames the UN for failing to deliver aid. It claims some aid trucks are being looted by armed men.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Regular listeners may recall that last month the Biden administration gave Israel 30 days to improve humanitarian access to Gaza or else face a suspension in U.S. military aid. Now, a month later, the Biden administration says sufficient progress has been made to head off that eventuality. But relief groups say that assessment is laughable, and so does Palestinian academic and analyst Professor Kamel Hawash.
The use of the word apocalyptic is correct. It's actually the worst humanitarian situation I have experienced in the 21st century. Israel tells the world, it is letting humanitarian aid in, but I have more faith in the humanitarian aid organizations that say that it isn't allowing aid in the quantity that is required. But in particular, it has sealed off northern Gaza and hasn't allowed any aid in for more than 30 days. People literally don't have food or clean water, and they've even bombed the Kamal Adwan hospital to stop people getting medical treatment after they bombed them.
The US government says Israel has broken no laws. Aid organizations say some areas in northern Gaza are already experiencing famine. White House critics argue the threat to withhold military supplies was simply a political maneuver designed to help Vice President Kamala Harris as she campaigned for the presidency. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Another hour. We left off there with Eagle talking about the former ICE director, Tom Homan, who's been tapped as, I guess you'd call him the border czar, right? In an interview this past day, Homan said there's more than one priority, revealing that authorities have identified more than 700,000 illegals in this country with criminal convictions and final deportation orders who are still here. He defended the Trump-era policy, saying border crossings dropped to historic lows under that administration and their approach. He criticized the Biden administration policy, saying this has led to record-high encounters, overwhelming Border Patrol resources. If we don't secure the border, more migrants are going to die, more women are going to be raped. There is no downside to securing the border. Homan has served under 6 presidents. He said he has now faced recent death threats from the cartels. He strongly backed Trump's plan to ultimately designate the Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations, noting that they've killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. Yeah, the drug deaths, fentanyl. The criminal cartels in Mexico, they're like a Fortune 500 company, describing their expansion into 42 countries, growing control of the drug distribution networks throughout this country. Now, he revealed plans to launch a major initiative to locate approximately 300,000 unaccompanied minors who have entered this country, but they can't be accounted for. He said some of them are going to be in forced labor. We've already found some in forced labor. Some are going to be in sex trafficking. Some of them are living with pedophiles. We're going to make finding these children a top priority. Now, when he was pressed about what about the economic impact, well, we've got a lot of industry that relies on immigrant labor. He said the enforcement is going to focus on criminals and security threats, not just indiscriminate roundups. If you're in the country illegally, you are in the violation of law, so you're not off the table, but we're going to prioritize what we do. He cited data showing about 85% of asylum claims at the southern border are ultimately rejected. We got to fix the system. Yeah, the process right now just allows way too many just to come on in with the initial screening, a very low threshold of proof. And then when they sit down, actually, if they show up before an immigration judge, 85% of those claims are rejected. Yeah, they've learned a few key phrases, what to say. The cartels tell them when you have that first interview. He says we need to raise the standard of proof in the initial screening to match the higher burden that is required once you actually have a court hearing, which in many cases is several years after they enter. So, yeah, Holman's going to crack down. He's going to get especially the criminal illegals out of here. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you,
okay.
Eagle.
Yeah, like I was saying before. Okay, yeah, like I was saying before, Steve. Holman, he's the hard guy. And like I said, he's not making a lot of people happy. You know, the cartel people, they're not happy about this guy because he's going to be taking a lot of money out of their pocket, you know, with the drug trade and the transporting of people into the United States. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he is getting death threats from cartels and other organizations because he's gonna hurt their pockets big time. But like I said, something's got to be done. Something's got to be done because we can't keep going down the route we're going. We can't keep going down the route we're going. Now, the only issue I have, Steve, with Tom Homan is this is where the controversy comes in, and what people in Texas are raising hell about. A lot of people are concerned about this, and I don't particularly like it myself. And that's the issue of I don't know what you want to call these kids. Barack Obama had to deal when he was in the White House. These are kids that their parents came to the U.S. illegally, okay, and the woman had a baby here in the United States, okay. Tom Homan is saying that these kids are going to have to leave the country because their mom came into the country illegally. If you watch the 60 Minutes interview over the weekend, the lady asked him that question: what is going to happen to these kids whose mothers came into the country illegally? Okay, and she said, are you going to separate these families? Because that's the problem. A lot of people don't want these families separated, and I don't think nobody should be separated from their kids. So like Tom Homan said, you'll have to send the whole family back to El Salvador, Honduras, or wherever they come from. And I agree with that because I wouldn't want somebody to take my kids away from me, even if I was here illegally. You still deserve to have your kids. That's the only problem I have with Tom Homan is hopefully he's not going to try to separate families, because these people, they came here together and they should leave together as far as I'm concerned. If one of them can't stay, then the whole family needs to go. Nobody needs to be sent back home without their kids, never to see their kids again. And the kids might turn up in some kind of sex slavery, and no telling what might happen to their kids while they're here in the United States. So I have a problem with that. And hopefully Tom Homan will adjust that deal to where you won't separate families. Now, I want to talk about one other situation, Steve, and that's with Kamala Harris. Again, there's some kind of controversy going on right now. Rumors on the internet, TikTok, Facebook, whatever, of a deal going on. Well, Kamala seems to feel like she deserves the right to be the first female president in the White House. She seems to feel like she deserves that opportunity. Right. So they're saying that they're asking Joe Biden to resign his position for the last month or two and let Kamala take over for the last month or two of the job. And you know what my answer to that is? That's a big fat no. Kamala Harris does not deserve a promotion, and that's exactly what it is. To get a promotion on the job, Steve, that means that you do your job. That means that you do your job and you get the job done. So your job, this truck that I drive, the only way I can earn extra money or more money is I have to deliver my loads on time. I have to do the job the correct way, not have any damaged goods if I want to make more money. Okay, Kamala Harris obviously has not done her job for the last 4 years. You can clearly see that. So why the hell should they give her a promotion to President of the United States of America? Joe Biden, brother, like I said, they already screwed you one time out of the deal. He should have legitimately been in the race. They forced him out. All I can say to Joe Biden is, brother, don't let them force you out of the White House. And if you do, you better make sure if you got any kind of brain cells left in your head, you'll make sure that your son, Hunter Biden, who's guilty as hell, but you'll make sure he gets pardoned so your son doesn't rot in jail for the rest of his life for the crimes that he committed. If you don't do that, if Joe Biden doesn't do that, Steve, then he's dumber than I thought he was. If he resigns that position without getting some kind of a deal for him and himself and his family, then Joe Biden, he is the dumbest president ever in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, that's there, and it's not just internet rumors. No, there are a number of you have Kamala team members and others, trying to say just give us a little bit of a victory for the next couple of months. Joe, you resign. Kamala gets to be designated the 47th president, the first female president. That would all be in symbolism. And I don't think there's any sort of groundswell of support for that. Everyone knows it would all just be smoke and mirrors. Yeah, really would mean absolutely nothing. Yeah, we move on. Who we got on board?
This is Dan, Steve.
Oh, hello, Dan.
How you doing?
Good.
I sent you something on that Secretary of Defense. When it was originated in 1947, and from way I've read it, is the HUD test, is he he's not in the military now, is he?
Not,
or he is in the military.
Not currently. I think he spent like 20 years in the military.
Well, according to what I read, and this came up with Mattis. It originally came up with George C. Marshall, who was the second Secretary of Defense. When the law was passed creating the position, they had to be, you couldn't have been in the military you had to be out of the military for 10 years. And of course, he was in the military, Marshall was. So they gave him a one-time loophole to become the Secretary of Defense. And then it came up again, I believe, with Mattis, who Trump appointed in 2017. And I think now you have to be, he got a loophole. I think you have to be out 7 years. So maybe this Hudspeth has been out for 7 years. But the job, I heard some of your one or more of your other callers saying, well, what's their military background? Well, the position was more, not all of them have, there's been 26. Not all of them have been, have a military background, served in the military. I think only 16 of the 27 have. And because they wanted like a civilian position, if you know what I'm saying, that it's a civilian, that's the liaison of the president to the military. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to this guy Hudspeth, Pete, is it Pete Hudspeth? I'm not opposed to him at all. Yeah, because something has to be done. I guess what it boils down is, who's going to have the kahunas to get in there and face these people? Because the way we've been going, not just when President Trump was in, but also with this guy Austin, who comes down ill and is on his deathbed and fails to tell the president, in this case Biden, that, he's out of commission. And the deputy Secretary of Defense is out of the country on vacation. And so, I mean, that's just one example. And a guy like this Milley, he should have been court-martialed and charged with treason, calling the leader of the Chinese. It wasn't the leader of the Chinese, President Xi or whatever his name is. It was Milley's counterpart in the Chinese army, in the Chinese military, and said, I'll give you a heads up if anything's coming on. That SOB needs to be gone. And he needs to be stripped of his medals and everything else to do something like that. So it has to be a disruptor. And that's not just for the Department of Defense. And especially this Matt Gaetz for the Attorney General. I mean, that's the one I'm most interested. I'm interested in both of them, what they're going to do and change. But I want that, and I think that he's resigning. Chris Wray, I think the director of the FBI, that falls under the Justice Department. So if they don't make some changes, then nothing will have occurred. And we're just going to have this, I guess you'd call it the good old boy network. And somebody said that Trump was unprepared for 16, which he was. And it showed the way they stabbed him in the back. Mm-hmm. But this time I think he's going with bold picks. I mean, Gates threw me, and so did Hudspeth. I didn't really know much about the guy other than to see him on Fox, and but he's an officer, and he served in the military, combat veteran, 2 Bronze Stars, but I'm sure there's some daggers out for him, at this particular point, but it'll be interesting to see. Well, anyway, I just thought I'd call in, but I did send you something on the history of it, and because I remember it's one of these things where they really don't want the person with military connection. You know what I'm saying? That they don't know all these generals and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Where they don't want them to be really a career military person. to be truthful, and that's probably what's caused all these connections in these generals. I thought I heard you say they're wanting to get rid of a bunch of generals.
Yes.
In the Joint Chiefs Staff, which they ought to. Aren't they prevented? Here's the thing. Probably Trump is the best president in my lifetime, but I was alive during Eisenhower. But Eisenhower, we all remember the thing. Be cautious of the military-industrial complex. And General Dwight Eisenhower, you know what I'm saying, that led us preside over World War II, how true that was, and that took a lot of guts to say that, because he was a West Point grad and had spent all of his life in the military, and that is true. There's all these connections with these people. And I didn't know that they're trying to get rid of generals, some of these generals, and they ought to. They're incompetent and they're not loyal. And here's the thing, Steve, we're 45,000 people short in the military right now. They're not getting people to go in because they're woke. It's just that simple. The type of person like your son and my daughter, when they went in, they wouldn't go in now. I don't think. I don't want to speak for your son. But the way it is now, what's your pronoun and this or that, yep. I'm out of here.
Yep.
And again, my daughter would be that way. She would not want to be part of that. And I mean, she saw enough of it in the 8 years she was in that she didn't want to stay in anymore. And it was because of what's going on in the military and the way they're operating, and it takes away the pride from serving. And so something's got to be changed, and I hope it would. But it was a good discussion, and Grump is right. I mean, about these VA places. The one in Columbia, my grandfather died at that one, the VA hospital. But the one in St. Louis, they got two. They got Jefferson Barracks, and they also got Cochran. The one down at Cochran is a you-know-what kind of hole. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's miserable. It's old, and, they have made some improvements. But they found a van driver that worked for the VA. I don't know whatever happened to him, but because they have to transport vets from one facility to the other. You understand what I'm saying? There's the ones out in the county and the ones in the city. He was dealing drugs. Yeah, they don't call them. There was one in Wisconsin called Candyland. And you can figure out why it was called, that way. Most of the physicians at the Cochrane, that's in the city of St. Louis, their residents, as he said, these were from St. Louis University Medical School. And their residents, I do have to say, I didn't think about that. Most of them were American, though. I didn't think he was talking about foreign, which doesn't surprise me that they have a number of those, but you find that in any hospital nowadays. So, that is true. And I think, well, they have that VA choice now, I believe, where you don't have to go to the VA medical center for everything. Well, thanks again. It was a great show, and I just thought I'd add a little bit about this Secretary of Defense position because I heard that it was supposed to really be a civilian position, and so I didn't know exactly how that was. But you have a good evening. I look forward to Big Ed calling in tomorrow with the prognostication.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the prognosticator of prog. Yeah, it is Friday Eve, isn't it? Almost forgot. All righty, we got Philip checking in from Florida coming up here. Carl's on board. The Grump has a follow-up, I believe. First, we're close enough to the break where I don't want to get started and say, hold on. Found it interesting. Most interactions, whether you're an automobile driver or a truck driver, most of our interactions with law enforcement are, in most senses, not a pleasant thing. Normally, you're being pulled over, you've done something wrong, you've been in an accident, whatever the case might be. Not all interactions with law enforcement has to be negative. The video shared out of the state of Georgia where a kind cop actually gives the truck driver an insider tip about parking on the highway ramp. In the clip, the truck driver's taking his 10-hour break on an off-ramp along Interstate 75 in Cartersville, Georgia. When a cop pulls up behind him, although the cop is correct, he kind of explains to the driver in a courteous manner, said, listen, it's a $171 citation for parking here. What are you taking? Your 10? Your 30? Your 34? What are you doing? He says, my 10. And he says, all right, here's what I tell the drivers. The exit. The next exit is not us. It's like 2 miles up. It's not my agency, okay? So you won't just, all I can guarantee you is you will not see me up there. Doesn't mean they won't enforce it, but here they're very strict. This exit and the one below, we have to keep them cleared off. He asked then for the typical papers, license, registration, to make sure he's legit, and he pretty much lets him go on his way. So I think the driver was understanding. He was thankful. He didn't get a $171 citation, but just kind of let him know, hey, this exit and the previous exit, you can't park here. There you go. Tip of the hat. All right, we'll come back following a news break at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday, Friday Eve, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzen in Mumbai. US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election, his party also flipped the Senate, and it was confirmed on Wednesday, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers. Benji Hire reports.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Trump is picking Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his Secretary of State. Trump also announced the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. Meanwhile, controversial Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being nominated by Trump for the Attorney General role. Ira Spitzer has more.
In a statement, Trump described Rubio as a fearless warrior who will never back down to our adversaries. The 53-year-old Republican, who has been a Florida senator since 2010, has previously advocated for taking a hard line towards countries including China, Iran, and Venezuela. He's generally seen as more of an interventionist than Trump, although some more recent comments, such as advocating trying to wind down the war in Ukraine, indicate that he may be shifting his views to be more aligned with the president-elect. Trump also announced the nomination of former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence. If confirmed, she would oversee 18 spy agencies and provide a daily briefing for Trump on intelligence issues. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
The United Nations says Israel has missed a deadline set by the United States to boost aid into Gaza. Last month, the US Secretary of State gave Israel an ultimatum of 30 days to ensure more aid trucks reach Gaza daily. Jody Jacobs has more from the United Nations in New York.
The United Nations, when asked if Israel had done enough to meet America's demands, the answer was a blunt no. The world body says people continue to starve in some areas. Many are fighting over bags of flour as there is just not enough supplies. The UN says over the past month, the average number of trucks getting into the Strip is just over 40 trucks per day. Israel disputes these figures and blames the UN for failing to deliver aid. It claims some aid trucks are being looted by armed men.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back at it here. What do we have going on? Had a story from about a week ago, which, of course, everything has been election. Pretty much from that point forward. But it was about the astronauts stranded aboard the International Space Station. The initial report says the stranded astronauts showing signs of significant weight loss, troubling signs of physical stress. At the time, it talked Sonny Williams and Barry Wilmore, who have now been aboard the space station for over 160 days. Dr. Gupta, the pulmonologist and veteran in Seattle, said that while the pair have been positive in their television interviews, photos are telling a bit of a different story. What you're seeing there is somebody that I think is experiencing the natural stresses of living at very high altitude, even in a pressurized cabin for an extended period. Clearly, her cheeks appear a bit sunken. Usually that happens when you've had sort of a total body weight loss. I think what I could discern by her face and her cheeks being sunken in is she's probably been in a significant calorie deficit for a while. In a cold environment with zero gravity conditions, the human body needs to work harder to maintain body temperature. Astronauts also need to exercise close to 2.5 hours a day to prevent muscle and bone loss, which even burns more calories. Now, that was, again, let's see, September 5 was the date of that particular report. Now, yesterday, Wednesday, November 13, A report stating NASA doctors are monitoring the second astronaut stranded on the space station, making sure he isn't losing too much weight during his extended period in stay. So this was not about Sonny. This was actually about Butch. A NASA employee involved in the mission told the Post that Butch has also been losing body mass. It doesn't seem to be as pronounced as that of his fellow astronaut Sonny. He had a lot more mass at the start. So it's not as big of a deal, but it's happening and it's being monitored. And any changes in the astronauts' bodies are being noted. His mass seems to have gone down. Wilmore is 61, a former linebacker at Tennessee Tech University, and about 6 feet tall, weighed more than 210 pounds at the start of the mission. It's not clear how much weight he's lost. According to the NASA employee, everything is unexpected. None of this was anticipated. They were supposed to be there for a week. Now it's going on 6 months. They should be home by now. We should be focused on other things. It's all very unpredictable. The focus on the astronauts' weight public after NASA released some photos showing Sonny Williams appearing gaunt, sunken cheeks, a noticeably thinner frame. On Tuesday, Sonny downplayed the concerns about her visible weight loss as rumors and said her difference in appearance is the result of fluid shifting in her body due to the weightlessness of space. Folks in space, their heads look a little bit bigger because the fluid evens out along the body. That was her statement during a live stream. Both had passed their pre-mission physicals before the flight. They were only slated, though, to be there for 8 days. Now, that kind of harkens back, and I wanted to kind of get Philip's insight on this, is here just about a week or two ago, we had the Dragon capsule come back, and they never really stated what the deal was. When they splashed down and they took all the astronauts to a hospital, the one was kept overnight. Was it, you think that might be similar due to being in the weightless environment for an extended time period, suddenly be back in the Earth's gravity, their body just nearly collapses? Morning, Philip.
Yeah, that's morning. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, the body, adapts to the environment that it's in. So when they go in the weightlessness, as Sonny said in her piece, it's your fluid, everything in your body changes the way it works. When you're up there in gravity, microgravity, no gravity, everything changes. Everything changes. Your composition of your body changes. I would be interested to see what like Buzz Aldrin or somebody like that would say about it. Because somebody like me, I can't talk about it because I've never been there and done it. But
right.
As you put the science behind it, the body changes. The body's going to change its ability and how it does things when it's in microgravity and pressurization. You're talking about something pushing on you too as well. I'm sure they're floating around, but do you think about pressurization? They have to pressurize that to where they can stay in there, because there's a vacuum outside. It's a big vacuum.
Now, I realize both of these astronauts are veterans. They've been in space before. But you're more typical astronauts that are going up to the space station for an extended period. They're the younger, more vibrant, that could withstand maybe a little. I mean, Sonny's 59, and I think Butch is 61 years old now. And if they've got like 90 days left up there and there's a concern, are they going to be able to withstand another 90 days?
They might, there's concern with it, but here's the thing, Steve, and this is the harsh reality that people need to understand about being in service for the country and in service for what you do. When you sign that paperwork that says you're going to be an astronaut, you're going to say, I am going to be able to adapt to change, and there is a possibility I might be staying somewhere a long time, and then you know what I mean, Steve? They had to date. It's a sad reality that part of a lot. They're going through the same thing that people did when they went to like Vietnam and the war areas, you know, back in the day. I mean, they're going through the same kind of, it's not the same thing, obviously, not, you know, it's a different scenario, but it's the same kind of thought. You know, we're gonna be going up there for a couple of weeks, and now we're up there for 6 months or more, you know, and it's part of the job. I mean, it's, when you sign the line to do the job, it's part of the job, you know. And Sonny and Butch know that. You know, that's why you haven't heard all the junk and stuff about them. I mean, how much have they been in the news other than what they've put out here or there? They haven't been in the news that much, have they?
No.
You haven't heard anything about them being vocal about what's going on up there. They're not going to be, because they're professionals. This is their trade. You think about it, these two astronauts that are up there right now are probably two of the most decorated astronauts in NASA. They have done spacewalks. They have, you know, they've been on the shuttle. They've been on through different vehicles. You know, they know how things react with different things. I mean, these are two of the most decorated astronauts in the deal. They know what their bodies can handle and what they can't handle. And I'm pretty sure, and everybody should know this, that when anybody goes up into space with NASA, they have a medical crew that is watching them 24 hours a day, monitoring them. So if there's anything going on with their bodies, with sickness or anything else, they're monitoring it. I mean, they're monitoring every heartbeat, everything. It's being monitored. And they have a medical force that checks them out. There's a side of NASA that a lot of people don't talk about. And it's something that we got, you know, pay attention to. I'm pretty sure the deal with Pensacola was the longevity in space. How many times have you seen the Russians carry their guys out that had been up in space for a long time, Steve?
Right.
Did you see them walk to the truck and get in the truck? No, they carried them on a gurney, you know, and there's been a couple of instances where they've had astronauts, you know, that have jumped out of the capsule, and, you know, we've seen that a few months ago, and maybe about a year or so ago, but you know, when you've been up there as long as that, and your body's trying to get used to being back into that 14 pounds of pressure holding it down on the ground, you know, it's a big deal. It's not to be taken lightly, and being sick and all that, you know, it's a deal. But, like I said earlier, it's part of the deal. If you want to get into that kind of a career, you've got to understand you're going to go through stuff like that. You're going to be putting your body through harsh things, and it's gonna tear you up. So, did you see any more about the storm, Steve?
Yeah, and I don't know. It's a little concerning. I mean, it's looking more and more like they're really kind of putting Florida on the map. It may be likely to happen.
Yeah. It's by what you're seeing there with the fronts moving across, it looks like it's going to happen. But here's the $1 million question. I looked at the maps yesterday. I looked at the GFS. The GFS is the most aggressive model out there, you know, and it's American model. And yesterday I was showing it was going to be down towards Miami. Okay, I just looked at it before I came out driving, and it's showing it already going in up at the Big Bend of Florida. So that tells me that they're kind of out to lunch with when it comes towards us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have to pay close attention. Now, we had weather forecasters yesterday locally. I watched the news locally after I got home yesterday, and they said that what they think is going to happen is it's going to go over the Yucatan Peninsula. It's going to lighten up the storm, and when it hits the Gulf, it's not going to build, because we've had Raphael out there. We've had all these storms over the Gulf that churned it up. And their train of thought is it's going to be a light storm. It's going to come to us. It's going to be more of a rain event than it is anything. But here's the scary part that I heard yesterday, a news broadcaster say, or a weather person. 50 inches of rain in Honduras out of the storm.
Whoa.
Now, so think about this. You know, Hurricane Ian, we had 10, 20 inches of rain. You know, we had Milton. Milton, we had about, I want to say 10 inches of rain, 12 inches of rain at the very, very, you know, places that got it hard. I'm telling you what now, Steve, we got lakes that are 1.5 miles in on the shore in certain areas of Florida on the St. Johns River. If we got something like that with 50 inches of rain, that would be biblical type stuff there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And 50 inches of rain, that is a lot of rain. You think about 50 inches of rain, that's over 4 foot of water put into the system. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's catastrophic flooding. You know, that's like they say, they call it a biblical proportion. You know, and it's something that you got to pay attention to with these storms. That's pretty brutal stuff. And I feel for Honduras. I mean, I haven't heard of stuff like that since India got typhoons. I mean, back in the day. You know, so that's scary stuff when you hear that kind of, you know, I mean, 50 inches of rain, that would take out parts of Florida. That would be crazy, you know. But we're just going to sit back and watch and see how it plays out. They're talking about this time next week is what we're looking at. I'm not sure what you're seeing on AccuWeather, because I know you deal with AccuWeather more, right?
Correct.
Yeah. See, I deal with all of them basically myself. I mean, I look at Tropical Tidbits for models. I look at Weather Nerds for certain things. I look at Mike's weather page. I look at a lot of different weather stuff. I don't look at just one of them. But AccuWeather is pretty good. I mean, those folks they do a good good job. Also, what do you think about Matt Gaetz, Steve?
We've had several discussions about him this morning. I was kind of surprised about that appointment. I did not see that name coming, but I guess several callers have said, you know, he'd had accusations against him about sexual improprieties and whatnot. However many months ago that was, and all that was pretty much debunked as a witch hunt. But he's a go-getter when it comes to asking those tough questions. And I have a sneaky suspicion, I think he'll do a good job of cleaning house there. You know, Attorney General, that's a pretty big pick.
That's a very big pick. And especially on down here, he's been through a lot of legal stuff in the last few years.
Correct.
A lot of stuff. And if anybody wants to do the background check through Google, you can figure out what's going on. I mean, what's happened. And this, what do you think about the Senate's nomination for the head guy for the Republican side there?
As we talked about last evening, I thought Scott would have been the best to work with Trump and his agenda, but you know, the headlines are saying Thune had been, I guess, he had not really seen eye to eye with Trump in the past. I guess he's got to maybe come around, as they say, to where he's on the same page. Says he's going to work to get Trump's agenda swiftly passed.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw that he was put in there last night.
Yes.
What do you think about the one for the House?
Oh, well, that's what's his name? Keeping him. There was a little bit of opposition, apparently. I guess they never said who it was that tried to bring up. I guess there were some hard right conservatives that thought he needed to be replaced, but at least for the moment, he hangs on.
I hope you don't pardon me asking you the questions this time, because, you know, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a registered in any party. I don't show party affiliation. But just to show you, this is how many people are interested in different sides of politics. And I hope you don't mind me asking you some questions like that. And that's what we all need to do. If you don't know something, ask somebody a question about it. You know, a lot of us don't do that. We tend to go to one side or the other, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It's just one of those things. And I hope you don't mind me asking you about these guys, because I don't know these guys. I don't keep up with the politics side as far as you did. That's one thing I did talk to 5-7 about back in the day, and I do miss talking to 5-7 about that kind of stuff, because he was one of those guys that could give me the insight on what these guys do. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I could get insight on them, and I do miss 5-7. I really do. 5-7's an amazing guy. I hope he's doing all right. It's going to be one of those things. I hope Trump gets the people in there that needs to clean the house. Now, they were talking about the good old boy system. Yesterday, your caller talked about, Sandfleet talked about the good old boy system down here in Florida, and I found it funny that he mentioned that his father worked with the bombing range over here in Orlando, because I had a friend that actually cleaned up that bombing range. They're still cleaning it up to this day. There's trying to develop land, and there's ordinance in there, and they're still trying to figure out where things are and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I found it funny he was talking about that, and he is right. There were certain parts of Florida that were democratically controlled, and a big portion of Orlando is still Democratic controlled. I mean, if you look at Orlando, do you know the name Val Demings?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you know Miss Demings?
Mm-hmm.
All right. If a lot of you guys want to do your work on, Val Demings was the one that actually walked the paperwork for Trump when they talked about impeaching him when he was president. She's the one that walked it. She was senator, or I believe it was senator down here, or not senator. She was in the House, excuse me, and walked the paperwork over from one place to another for the impeachment process.
Right.
Jerry Demings is the mayor of Orlando, or not Orlando, but excuse me, Orange County. He's mayor of Orange County, because we have a mayor for Orange County and we have a mayor for Orlando, which is Buddy Dyer. But they, you know, it's very democratically controlled in this area. It always has been, always will be. Hey, Steve, why do you think Walt Disney came here? Put 2 and 2 together. And there you go. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and y'all have a good day.
All right, very good. Yeah, and it's you never know. It's who would have ever thought Miami-Dade? Yeah, they actually made the flip and went for Trump. Democratic stronghold, right? All right, he asked about the House Speaker. Yes, Mike Johnson. Ultimately, did hold the gavel. The vote was unanimous, according to several sources in the room. There were some threatening to protest his getting full support. The internal election was delayed by, they say, roughly an hour and a half, as Johnson met with some of his critics to hash it out, as they put it, whatever they were looking at. So ultimately, after a delay, it was a unanimous vote behind closed doors. Now, John Thune, on the other hand, he will now replace Mitch McConnell as Senate Majority Leader. After a close contest that took 2 ballots to resolve, Thune, McConnell's top deputy and an establishment favorite, has to guide a conference hungry for changes after McConnell's iron grip. He also has the task for guiding Trump's agenda through the Senate, advancing his nominees swiftly, and moving Trump's aggressive legislative agenda. Now, they say Thune received 23 votes in the first ballot, 4 short of the victory. Cornyn of Texas received 15. Rick Scott, 13 votes. On the second ballot, Thune secured a victory over Cornyn, 29-24. Republicans convened Tuesday night for the Leadership Forum organized by Senator Mike Lee, as they kind of grappled with who would be best to lead through the Trump administration and maybe beyond. The discussion centered on how to return more autonomy to individual senators, as well as effectively advance a conservative agenda after McConnell way too often partnered with the Democrats to advance legislation, most notably spending bills that were disfavored by conservatives. Scott was the conservative favorite. He seemed to gain traction after the forum there on Tuesday night. That his candidacy likely initiated concessions from Thune and Cornyn. Of course, Mitch served for 18 years. It is unlikely Thune will match that record reign, but Thune, generally considered the favorite, despite the past animosity he had towards Trump, is going to have to navigate the challenges of a much different Senate that is now composed by much more Trump-friendly Republicans. Big changes. Now, the Senate, of course, that's 6-year terms. You flip 1/3 every 2 years. In other words, although the Senate did flip, there's still a bunch of those old hang-ons in there that may not be the most Trump-friendly, if you know what I mean. But there you go. All right, we'll get back at it here. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast on a Thursday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. His controversial appointment needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Former Democrat Tulsi Gabbard's being nominated as Director of National Intelligence as the incoming Trump administration continues to take shape. Conservative commentator Scotty Nell Hughes believes the American public want restraint on spending at home and abroad.
That was one of the directives that the American people sent on Election Day, is they are tired of us continuing to have our nose in places that have nothing to do with national security, as well as the money that we have been not only sending to Ukraine, but other parts of the world that has been unaccounted for. We don't know where the billions have gone. And the accountability starts with the Trump administration.
US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election handily, his party also flipped the Senate and, it's been confirmed, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers of the legislature. Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel. It follows anti-Semitic attacks on Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters at a match in Amsterdam last week. French President Emmanuel Macron has confirmed he will attend the match, despite some calls from France's far left for him to refuse to attend or for the match to be cancelled. There are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. Finer pollutants in the air around 70 times higher than what's considered tolerable, as Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Experts are now urging the Delhi government to step up anti-pollution measures, which include a ban on construction activities and polluting vehicles on the road. Officials had enacted Stage 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan a few weeks ago, and now with the air quality dipping to severe levels, there are calls to enforce Stage 3. That could see schools shutting down for students below 12 years of age. A new survey has found that 40% of families in Delhi had a member consulting a doctor in the past 3 weeks. Medical officials say people are coming in with aggravated asthma, breathing problems, and in extreme cases need intensive care due to the pollution. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Regular listeners may recall that last month the Biden administration gave Israel 30 days to improve humanitarian access to Gaza or else face a suspension in US military aid. Now, a month later, the Biden administration says sufficient progress has been made to head off that eventuality. But relief groups say that assessment is laughable, and so does Palestinian academic and analyst Professor Kamel Hawash.
The use of the word apocalyptic is correct. It's actually the worst humanitarian situation I have experienced in the 21st century. Israel tells the world, it is letting humanitarian aid in, but I have more faith in the humanitarian aid organizations that say that it isn't allowing aid in the quantity that is required, but in particular, it has sealed off northern Gaza and hasn't allowed any aid in for more than 30 days. People literally don't have food or clean water, and they've even bombed the Kamal Adwan hospital to stop people getting medical treatment after they bombed them.
The US government says Israel has broken no laws. Aid organizations say some areas in northern Gaza are already experiencing famine. White House critics argue the threat to withhold military supplies was simply a political maneuver designed to help Vice President Kamala Harris as she campaigned for the presidency. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel, and there are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right. right, welcome into a Thursday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Philip mentioned it's looking more and more, at least the models are kind of beginning to come together. We may be looking at another hurricane possibly impacting Florida. Floridians may have to brace for yet another strike, as the strengthening tropical rainstorm could track into the Gulf of Mexico, turning toward the Sunshine State next week. Should the current tropical rainstorm ramp up and strike as forecast, it would be the fourth hurricane this season to hit Florida. Wind shear remains negligible over much of the Caribbean. Waters are plenty warm. And now, with showers and thunderstorms beginning to gather, it may not be much longer until a tropical rainstorm organizes into a tropical storm. Not only does this have a high chance of becoming a hurricane by the end of the week, it may become a major hurricane very quickly this weekend, they say. Category 3. Rapid intensification is forecast over the western Caribbean, provided the center stays away from land. It could quickly ratchet up on the wind intensity, reaching Cat 3. That's winds of 111 to 129. That would make it the second major hurricane of November and the sixth major hurricane of the season. Now, should the storm reach Category 4 intensity, it would join a short list of November Category 4 hurricanes since the satellite era began in the 1960s. Now, there's a lot of uncertainty. The track is likely to be heavily influenced by the position of a dome of high pressure along the southern Atlantic coast of the U.S. and the speed of an approaching non-tropical storm and the trailing cold front. If the high pressure moves away and the front arrives promptly, the door will be open for that future hurricane to track from the western Caribbean through the passage between Cuba and Mexico into the southwestern Gulf. Yeah, that track would lead to a stronger system with a potentially significant hurricane impact on Florida. That is not a guarantee. As the future hurricane reaches the western Caribbean, it may slow down, it may stall. A tropical entity could even complete a small loop, which would extend the time frame of the impacts for much of that region. Next week, it should finally begin to increase in speed and enter the Gulf of Mexico. But at this point, they're saying all residents along the central and eastern Gulf will need to keep an eye on the progression. Still too soon to tell exactly where it may end up by the middle or end of next week. So it may be like this time next Thursday. Yeah, we could be looking at a potential landfall, or maybe not. We will follow. Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I was just watching today on the news about Joe Biden meeting with Donald Trump in the White House. And I noticed that Joe had that shish kebab eating grin on his face. And it just looks like that he's got some kind of under the sleeve plans. I don't know, but that man is evil to the core, in my opinion, and I think he's got something going on that's going to be sprung here before he gets out of office. I don't know what it is, whether or not it's going to be some sort of another pandemic coming on, or you wouldn't expect that, but there's something happening. I don't know. Kamala Harris may become the president. I have no idea what's going on here with this administration. They are all over the place, and this border situation is still ongoing, as Eagle has mentioned, and they're not working to solve that problem at all. They're not doing anything about it, and Tom Homan has a big job to do, And I have a suspicion there may be some bloodshed over that down there at the border. There may be some issues going on down there that we don't know about, that the military may have to go down there and take care of some business with those cartels. But things are not going to be as smooth as Trump tried to say today. And Melania, I noticed, didn't show up, and she has made a statement about all of that, why she didn't go to the White House. And it had to do with the raid on their house down there in Mar-a-Lago. That was not a friendly thing to do, okay, over documents. And now Joe Biden knew it all along that he had taken documents while he was a senator on all of that.
Sure.
So he wasn't exactly clean on the issue. And so we've got that. And this Matt Gaetz, okay, I believe that he is a strong person as far as MAGA goes. But yes, he is very highly controversial, and I'm fully aware of all those charges that were brought against him and alleged activity there. But you know, Matt Gaetz is maybe a chess piece. I don't know for sure if Trump really wants him to be the Attorney General. There's time that's going to go here, and of course he needs to be confirmed by the Senate as well. So we don't know exactly what all is going to come to pass on all of that either. But then when we see here with the Secretary of Defense issue with Pete Hegseth, he is fully qualified. Okay, there's nothing wrong with his qualifications. As far as I know, Matt Esper was not as qualified as Pete Hegseth, and he was a defense secretary too, as well, under Trump for a period of time, and he turned into being a highly turncoat person against Trump, as well as several other people that there's several other people like Mark Milley. You know, yes, he should have been convicted of treason. That's point blank. He was talking to the Chinese government,
yes,
about letting them know things that Trump was talking about. Why was he not? I mean, really, to be honest, he should have been brought forward for court-martial, no doubt. I mean, this is ridiculous in our country to see things like this happening and to know that it's true as well. And I just can't believe the things that have went on under this administration. The Biden administration, many of them should be convicted of treason. Over Afghanistan, too, as well. Aiding and abetting the enemy by giving Afghanistan weapons. Okay, the Taliban. Just turning over our weapons to the Taliban over there. You don't do that. Not in my military, you didn't. Okay, the Air Force did not fly people with people hanging on the wings. Okay, you don't do that. That's something that the pilot would never do. I don't care who the commander-in-chief is. You don't fly a plane with people hanging off your wings. You just don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't care who the commander-in-chief is. All right, you step out of the plane and you say, I'm not going to do this until these people get gone here. You know, you can get yourself another pilot. Okay, that's the way that goes. All right? I just can't believe the things that have went on in this administration. And thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right, yeah. The house cleaning's coming. I had a scratch in my groin. Sent me an email a few minutes ago. He said, I watched an interview after last night's show, very good. It was, I guess, an interview with Pete Hegseth. He said that it's all the wokeism in the military that's keeping the recruitment down. They both would like, they said, for Trump to put Mark Milley back to active duty status and then let him face a military tribunal for a court-martial. He said, I tried to forward that interview to you with no luck. It's Sean Ryan show on YouTube and maybe Rumble. Not real familiar, but okay, so Sean Ryan. I don't know. You put Mark Milley back on active duty. I don't think that's going to happen. That would be retribution.
Never happen.
Right? That would be retribution,
yep,
right?
Never.
He's going to move on.
That's right. You know, I want to clarify something. What I said, so that Pappy and everybody else understands it. It doesn't make a damn whether Pete Hegseth can do the job or not. That's irrelevant. All right. The fact of the matter is you read any headline right now on Pete Hegseth, and it says Fox News contributor is chosen for Defense Secretary of Defense. All right. They're not looking at any damn thing. And like I said, somebody's going to block him because of all the controversy that's been around him. And they're going to go back. This man is going to get tore apart. When they go back to his Senate, when he was running for the Senate, he dropped out of that race. I guess it was under controversy then. But they're going to rip this guy apart. Now, I've read his books. He's got some damn good books. He's got a real good book, as a matter of fact. And I think everybody ought to read it. But all the interviews and everything that he had to do, that's the first thing that they're going to do is look at him as somebody that is being hired as a headhunter. He don't need to be, number one, because Donald Trump will be the commander-in-chief. He can fire any damn body in that military that he wants to fire. All right? Yeah, we're bloated on generals and general-grade officers. But Pete Hegseth was not a general-grade officer. He was not a high-ranking official or officer. He was a major. That's a field-grade officer. All right, there's 7 more ranks above him. So he was not a high-ranking officer. But as far as Matt Gaetz goes, he has stepped on a lot of toes, Steve, and you know that. You know, he is. It didn't matter to him whether it was a Republican or Democrat. He stepped on several toes. You know, look at the fight he picked with Kevin McCarthy, and he had a lot of senators and people that was loyal, a lot of congressmen that was loyal to Kevin McCarthy. Now he's going to have his hands full, and I don't see him getting confirmed. I can tell you. It's not about
when I mentioned earlier the New York Times headline that they were the ones that kind of like broke it a few hours ago. I can take you to all the mainstream headlines. I'd start with USA Today. 5 takeaways from Trump's surprise pick of Matt Gaetz. ABC Los Angeles. Matt Gaetz under House ethics investigation is Trump's pick for Attorney General. House Ethics Committee was set to meet this week to vote on releasing the Gaetz report. That's CNN. Newsweek, is Matt Gaetz still under investigation? The sex trafficking probe timeline. They're looking to throw this guy under the bus for sure.
Yes, and if all Trump is going to get him in there for is to straighten out and the guy would probably do it. I mean, he's a hell of a good attorney. I mean, he defended Trump in one of the impeachment processes. I mean, he's been very vocal, and it's going to take a lot to get the guy down. I mean, he is damn good at what he does. But like I said, he burned some bridges, man. You know, and people are just listening to the people in the news. You know, there's 5 neocon Republicans that just cannot stand that guy. I mean, they despise him with a passion. And I don't look for them to vote for him, irregardless whether, it's Trump's agenda or not. They look at it a little bit different. They're like, yeah, well, big damn deal. They're in protected areas. And that's the key word on so many of these races and so many of these people that push back. Why do you think Matt Gaetz pushed back so damn hard on Kevin McCarthy? He got 66% of the freaking vote in his district, and it's 70% Republican. So what was he going to lose? Nothing. He was going to be reelected regardless. So it's it's just, I don't know. I listen to a couple of them talking on there, like I was beating up on the man. I'm just trying to get some things in perspective, and the reality of it is Pete. They're going to look at him like he's nothing but a Fox News contributor, as I said, and they're going to beat this guy up right and left. The writing is on the wall, man. I mean, it's just there. And whether anybody likes it or not, hey, I can't help that. It's just the way it is. It's just the reality of the blood sports of being politics. That's all the hell it is. And I feel sorry for a lot of it. I'd like to see Trump get some things done and do what he can here and there to get this country back on track. But if he might as well get ready for some pushback. You don't win an election by the margin that he won an election by without pissing off a bunch of Democrats who thinks that, number one, that they got the right to block anybody and everybody that is coming down the pike that he wants. And that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to block anybody and everybody they can just because they can. I hate to say it, but we're in for a rocky time here in these confirmation hearings, and whether people likes it or not, that's just the reality of it. Sorry, but I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes or anything like that, but that's the way it's going to be. And like I said, Gates he's a controversial figure. He's a bomb thrower. Number one, he's always out front running his mouth and things like that, and it's gonna come to fruition here pretty quick. That's just who he is. But he's in a protected area. He hasn't had to really worry about whether or not he's going to be reelected or not. I got a wreck over here at I-70 right here by Richmond eastbound. Well, it's back a little ways, but eastbound shut down. I had to run down through the country there, so it's Anyway, I was gonna let you know on that, but like I said, I like his books. I like him. I think he's a good voice and everything, and I think he would have been a hell of a person to have as Veterans Affairs, take over the VA. He's just that. I guess that concerned about how the mental health and the physical health and everybody of the veterans are, and when he steps into those confirmations, like I said, I think they're just going to rip him apart. They don't give a rat's ass. I mean, he's as far as they're concerned, he's nothing but a right-wing lunatic, and he's got some controversy.
And that's why they're trying to depict him. Reuters News described him as quote an extremist. He left the military in 2021. All right, so 2021, what was going on? We were still in the COVID. He was very outspoken about the military going woke and all this diversity and equity stuff. So speaking out about that, they labeled him as an extremist. And I guess you're saying, well, the Army didn't want him anymore. Well, he didn't want any part of the Army in the direction it was going either. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if he can hold his own when he gets into these confirmation hearings.
I think he'll do fine on the debate portion of it and presenting himself. But what I think they're going to do is they're going to call in everybody, that they can and label him as that extremist. And along with that extreme is going to come the racist card and every damn thing else, because that's what they allude to.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to see him or anybody else, a good person like that, get destroyed, literally just, mentally and brought down the way that they're going to do this guy. I mean, that's just a fact. Like I said, it's nothing against him personally. I just don't think he's, they're going to see him as being qualified. I don't think he's qualified enough for it. I think he, as far as running the VA, the Veterans Administration, I think he'd be fantastic at it. But to take on that role, no. I think that he cares too damn much for the troops themselves and which is a fantastic thing. But he's also got to look too that they're going to be everybody, anybody, and everybody. These damn neocons, all they want is war. That's all the hell they want, and they're going to do everything possible to rip this guy apart. I hate seeing it. Like I said, I loved his book. I think every military person ought to read the book, or everybody that not military read the book. It's just a fantastic read, number one, and I just hate seeing it, man. I do. And everybody, they kind of alluded to the fact that I was beating up on the guy. No, I hate seeing. I spent 20 years in the damn military too, Steve, and it's just the fact that we're not liked by a lot of people, and a lot of it is Democrats who put on this happy face saying, hey, thank you for your service, and you turn around, they run a damn knife in your back, acting like you're some kind of a pig or something, and then you got the Lindsey Grahams that served in the military. He was a lawyer in the military. He's a freaking neocon. He hadn't seen a war yet that he didn't want to fight, or send somebody else to bleed for, not him. But, Pete's heart's in the right place, but I just think they're going to tear it out, man. I do. I think that's what it boils down to. But, he left, them calling him extremist. He would have never made any more rank because they had him that labeled like that. And he, in his book, he talked about leaving number one because he was coming back up on his top secret clearance and having to go through all that mess again, and it's I can't remember, it's every 5 years or something like that you have to go through when you're top secret intact. The last part of my military career I had a top secret clearance, and for the last 11 years I think, something like that. But it's it's a hell of a process. I mean, they ask a lot of questions. They go around and talk to everybody on the sun, and he didn't want to go through all that mess again, and plus he had a couple of extramarital affairs and stuff like that. Of course, Democrats, they got their little slush fund to take care of theirs, but yet they'll bring it up about his. So it's a mess, man. It really is. I think if they would have sit him down as a veteran guy.
Politics. It goes with the territory, right? Okay. Well, we're up to the news break there, Grump. It's all going to be fun to watch unfold, though, in the coming days, right? It is 844-844-3388. All right, back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. His controversial appointment needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Former Democrat Tulsi Gabbard's being nominated as Director of National Intelligence as the incoming Trump administration continues to take shape. Conservative commentator Scotty Nell Hughes believes the American public want restraint on spending at home and abroad.
That was one of the directives that the American people sent on Election Day, is they are tired of us continuing to have our nose in places that have nothing to do with national security, as well as this money that we have been not only sending to Ukraine, but other parts of the world that has been unaccounted for. We don't know where the billions have gone. And the accountability starts with the Trump administration.
US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election handily, his party also flipped the Senate and, it's been confirmed, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers of the legislature. Benji Hire reports from Washington.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel. It follows anti-Semitic attacks on Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters at a match in Amsterdam last week. French President Emmanuel Macron has confirmed he will attend the match, despite some calls from France's far left for him to refuse to attend or for the match to be cancelled. There are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. finer pollutants in the air around 70 times higher than what's considered tolerable, as Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Experts are now urging the Delhi government to step up anti-pollution measures, which include a ban on construction activities and polluting vehicles on the road. Officials had enacted Stage 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan a few weeks ago, and now with the air quality dipping to severe levels, there are calls to enforce Stage 3. That could see schools shutting down for students below 12 years of age. A new survey has found that 40% of families in Delhi had a member consulting a doctor in the past 3 weeks. Medical officials say people are coming in with aggravated asthma, breathing problems, and in extreme cases need intensive care due to the pollution. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We are back with more on a Thursday. Hey, you can almost see the weekend from here, right? Let's see, going back a little bit. Buckeye Boy said, I forgot to mention, I gave my drivers several models of Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel, and one of them, the Gasoline Extreme, for his personal car. Now I'm going to have to restock the Anti-Gel. Yeah, getting to be that time of year. Yeah, get the everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. So you got your EDT and your Anti-Gel all in one bottle. Hello to Rubber Duck. Good morning from downtown beautiful Wapakoneta, Ohio. Rolling to jerk off my load in the middle of Beachmont Avenue in Cincinnati. Lock the doors. Look out, Pappy. I'm stepping that way. With a free coffee now. That's a great way to start your day. Hello, Double R. Good morning, Steve. Headed for North Carolina. Hope everybody's doing all right, being safe. I'm listening in and say hello to South Dakota. It was good to hear. Good to hear from Chad the other night. He did chime in finally. At your behest there, Double R. You convinced him to make that call. Meanwhile, I was kind of wondering myself, who wants to be a millionaire? Well, if you had a shoebox full of Dogecoin, you might just be, right? Yeah, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, the cryptocurrency. Dogecoin, whose mascot is the super cute dog that muses things like much wow, has been racing higher in value since Trump won the election. It got another bump after Trump named Elon Musk as one of the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE Department. Yeah, between September 8th of this year, when Trump first announced his intention to create that department, DOGE, and give Musk a role in it, and then on Wednesday, Dogecoin increased more than 230%. Wednesday alone, the day after Trump formally announced Doge, it was up 24%. All this makes sense and may be humorous for anyone who's chronically online. For others, let me explain what's going on. It is a cryptocurrency. The value rises and falls against the U.S. dollar based on however much people will pay for it. As we know, at first, it was a joke. But over time, Dogecoin has amassed a group of fans that have periodically sent the price soaring. Like other cryptocurrencies, supporters say it could be used to buy and sell things on the internet without having to worry about a central bank or government affect how many are in circulation. One Dogecoin was worth less than 16 cents just before Election Day. It has since more than doubled to near 38 cents. As of Wednesday afternoon, it briefly got above 43 cents. Cryptocurrencies in general have been shooting higher since Trump's election. Bitcoin, of course, the most famous digital currency, has set an all-time high above $93,000 after starting the year below $43,000. Excitement is racing because Trump has embraced crypto and said he wants the U.S. to be the crypto capital and actually create a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Musk has become one of Trump's close allies. He's also been one of the most famous fans of Dogecoin. Back in 2021, when Musk played a character on Saturday Night Live who went by the nickname the Doge Father. In 2022, Musk made more headlines when he suggested Twitter could perhaps accept Dogecoin as payment for subscriptions. I don't know. Did you have your shoebox full of Dogecoin, redneck? Are you a millionaire today?
Oh, buddy. Well, since all this stuff has happened, buddy, I tell you what, me losing the election has really opened my eyes, buddy. I've been wasting my time, buddy, out there campaigning and whatnot. The whole time I was holding the keys to my happiness and success, buddy. I won't brag, in the past I've bragged about this and that and how much I've made. I won't brag about it. I won't give you no specific numbers or anything that.
You've got to think about
it. But I will tell you
the positives. I think of the sheer number of women you got to grope on the campaign trail. You got to look at the positive side.
Well, that's true, and I did change a lot of lives, Steve. I mean, and I hedged my bets. I sent a few thousand over there to the Trump campaign. Maybe my voice will be heard by getting carrots planted in the medians of the interstate and whatnot. But, groping the wives and changing lives, buddy. But, I've done real well here recently. And actually, I'm on my way to Florida to buy a house, buddy. So that's how well I've done this year from crypto.
I've been, day trading back and forth. I always keep a big reserve,
Sure.
I've got more Dogecoin than the most common man because I bought in when it was, way less than a penny. Actually, Steve, I think, the majority of my money was made with $10. A $10 investment in Dogecoin. So, I mean, people take it however they want to, but that's the truth of the matter. So, yeah, buddy, the Florida Oasis is officially moving from Clewiston over to the East Coast if things go right today.
Does that mean
we're going to get used to that Atlantic?
We're going to say farewell to the hills of Kentucky?
Oh, no, buddy, just my little winter retreat, buddy.
Okay.
Not quite a Mar-a-Lago or anything like that, but let's call it the Redneck Oasis. How about that?
That's a great name.
Yeah. And just think, Steve, with me exposing this gift that God gave me to all the women on the East Coast of Florida. I mean, just imagine how many more wives I can be groping and changing lives.
Oh no.
Yeah, buddy. I tell you what, I've got my heart set on a pretty Speedo. All I can say is, gals in Florida, watch out, buddy. But losing the election may have been the finest thing that ever happened to me, buddy. Yeah. So we'll see the way it goes, and hopefully everything will get lined out. But I do have a warning for people out there, Steve. Let's not get caught up in all this stuff, all the politics and everything, and just dwell on it. It's not good for you. I mean, that's the one thing I found out about all this is we've got to turn off the pollution boxes. They're throwing stuff at us all the time. And most of the time, the only pollution box I pay attention to is when you come on at night, Besides a little bit of financial stuff, But yeah, I think a lot of us are wasting our time. They got you in there fighting a game that none of us can ever play. That none of us will ever win anyway. I mean, we can all play in the game. But will you truly win? No. That's for big people like Trump, Kamala, and all the other people you've been talking about tonight.
I guess all the true winners are the ones who have just got elected, have a net worth of, say, $100,000, and in about 5 years they'll be worth $15 million.
Yeah. You got a good way of putting it. It is. It's ridiculous. They need to take the money out of it. Stop this insider trade, stop the big government contracts to your cousin or whatever. Steve, I don't know if you've been paying attention. There's something strange going on in Michigan. I don't know if you've heard of it or what, buddy, but they say FEMA's shipping like 350 tractor trailers to this abandoned Air Force base in Michigan. Have you heard anything about that, buddy?
I saw a headline. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what they're up to, but I know there's a lot of truck drivers. I know used to, one of the big companies was Landstar. You know, they do some government contracts. They'd be hauling machinery all over the place, you know, tanks and stuff. And I talked to one guy one time. He said, I've took this thing to like 4 bases, and daggone, they got me going to a 5th one. But they're paying good, so I ain't worried about it, you know. And he said he never even unloaded the tank. So, you know, it may be some of that government hoodoo where, you know, they run out the budget before the end of the year, hoping to get some more money next year. You know, it's always some con job.
That's, you know, Grump brought that up in the first hour. You got all these allocations, the money that's divvied out, use it or lose it. If you don't blow it now, it's going to go back to the government. So we got to find a way to spend it. I did see that headline, and I did a quick search here, and I guess, you know, like with the internet age, a new conspiracy is born every day. Is it Osconda Township? A comment by an Osconda Township board member stating that FEMA would use the Osconda Wurtsmith Airport as an emergency response hub sparked alarm and rumors online. Last month, the supervisor, Bill Palmer, said FEMA was using Osconda Wurtsmith Airport for emergency stationing and would bring in 350 trucks worth of equipment. Stating the airport was just notified that FEMA has chosen the airport facility as a stationing hub for emergency services. This was like at a meeting on October 28. If you see a lot of trucks coming into the base, that's what it is. Nothing to get scared about. This caught fire online. Internet users expressing confusion and outrage. We're getting calls from Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, according to Michigan State Representative Mike Hoadley. The story was sparked by what Palmer says was a mistake. I misspoke on the board meeting October 28th, saying FEMA was bringing in trailers, when I should have said they were considering the Wurtsmith Airport as a location. Palmer said he wanted to make people aware and quell any concerns. He's also on the Osconda Wurtsmith Airport Authority Board, which is a separate entity. I guess this was just yesterday. He says, I apologize to everyone for that mistake. We're looking at 5 or 6 other locations besides Wurtsmith, according to FEMA. In a statement to WCMU, FEMA said that they routinely assess the viability of sites that may be used in future disasters. There's no plan to use the Wurtsmith location to stage commodities at this time. We have no trailers at the location or on the way. This was all a unfortunate misunderstanding. Okay. So no big deal. Nothing to see here. We'll return after this.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, in the state of Ohio, the state patrol searching for a truck driver who fled the scene after turning left in front of a motorist on the highway, causing a fatal crash. Now, this is going back a couple weeks ago. October 24th, about 11:40 a.m., on Interstate 77 near Franklin Township, Ohio. According to the Times reporter, the truck driver was in the right lane of northbound I-77 when he turned left to use a crossover lane. The tractor trailer was then struck by an oncoming car traveling in the right lane of I-77 northbound. The truck driver then reportedly pulled over onto the side of the road for several minutes before completing the U-turn and headed south on 77, leaving the scene of the crash. Yeah, the motorist turned out to be a 78-year-old Dennis Alsept, who was transported to the hospital and then perished about a week later on October 31. Police say they believe the commercial vehicle involved in the incident was a red tractor trailer with a sleeper cab that was pulling a flatbed at the time, flatbed trailer. Officers have identified the suspected rig using traffic cameras. Sergeant William Bauer says we're pretty heavily into this investigation. Anyone with information is asked to call or urged to contact the Highway Patrol. Well, it's a known name in the biz. On Wednesday, CR England Incorporated announced that the son of company founder Chester CR England passed away. In a news release this past day, Salt Lake City headquartered CR England announced the passing of the company's chairman emeritus Gene England at the age of 105. England was born in October 24 of 1919 in Plain City, Utah. Married his wife June in 1940. Earned a Bronze Star for his military service in Okinawa during World War II. The press release said Gene began his career at a young age working alongside his father, Chester, a.k.a. CR, and his brother Bill to build CR England into a leading transportation company. As a transportation industry icon, he was one of the original truckers, driving millions of miles throughout his life while leading the company with his brother, sons, and grandchildren. Despite his many responsibilities in the office, Gene had a passion for getting behind the wheel and getting the work done as a professional driver. According to the company statement, Gene England's passing is a great loss to the C.R. England family and the trucking industry at large. His legacy will live on through the lives he touched and the company he built. But that's a full life, right? At the age of 105. Wow. All right, a couple minutes before a news break, so let's get a couple of other tidbits in, after which we'll get back to your calls here. Fraud, freight fraud, as we know, has become one of the most pressing issues in the logistics sector. What once was a domain of petty crime has now escalated into a sophisticated network, often connected with offshore criminal organizations, regions like Eastern Europe, India, Pakistan, Africa. Insights from industry leaders such as Truckstop, DAT, Triumph, and the Transportation Intermediaries Association indicate a sharp rise in freight fraud, with a four-fold increase since before the COVID era. The financial toll could soon hit nearly $1 billion, fueled by the profitability of these schemes and the challenges in prosecuting offenders who operate outside U.S. legal reach, where the FBI's jurisdiction is limited. To tackle this pervasive issue, the freight industry must adopt a strategy. So they're looking at the creation of industry standards and best practices. Developing a shared database, an open access database should be established to record and disseminate details of fraud-related incidents and known fraudsters. Yeah, there's more to the story, but we close out another hour. Final hour ahead as we roll into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. His controversial appointment needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Former Democrat Tulsi Gabbard's being nominated as Director of National Intelligence as the incoming Trump administration continues to take shape. Conservative commentator Scotty Nell Hughes believes the American public want restraint on spending at home and abroad.
That was one of the directives that the American people sent on Election Day, is they are tired of us continuing to have our nose in places that have nothing to do with national security, as well as this money that we have been not only sending to Ukraine, but other parts of the world that has been unaccounted for. We don't know where the billions have gone. And the accountability starts with the Trump administration.
US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election handily, his party also flipped the Senate and, it's been confirmed, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers of the legislature. Benji Hire reports from Washington.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel. It follows anti-Semitic attacks on Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters at a match in Amsterdam last week. French President Emmanuel Macron has confirmed he will attend the match, despite some calls from France's far left for him to refuse to attend or for the match to be cancelled. There are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. Finer pollutants in the air around 70 times higher than what's considered tolerable, as Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Experts are now urging the Delhi government to step up anti-pollution measures, which include a ban on construction activities and polluting vehicles on the road. Officials had enacted Stage 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan a few weeks ago, and now with the air quality dipping to severe levels, there are calls to enforce Stage 3. That could see schools shutting down for students below 12 years of age. A new survey has found that 40% of families in Delhi had a member consulting a doctor in the past 3 weeks. Medical officials say people are coming in with aggravated asthma, breathing problems, and in extreme cases need intensive care due to the pollution. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Regular listeners may recall that last month the Biden administration gave Israel 30 days to improve humanitarian access to Gaza or else face a suspension in US military aid. Now, a month later, the Biden administration says sufficient progress has been made to head off that eventuality. But relief groups say that assessment is laughable, and so does Palestinian academic and analyst Professor Kamel Hawash.
The use of the word apocalyptic is correct. It's actually the worst humanitarian situation I have experienced in the 21st century. Israel tells the world, it is letting humanitarian aid in, but I have more faith in the humanitarian aid organizations that say that it isn't allowing aid in the quantity that is required. But in particular, it has sealed off northern Gaza and hasn't allowed any aid in for more than 30 days. People literally don't have food or clean water, and they've even bombed the Kamal Adwan hospital to stop people getting medical treatment after they bomb them.
The US government says Israel has broken no laws. Aid organizations say some areas in northern Gaza are already experiencing famine. White House critics argue the threat to withhold military supplies was simply a political maneuver designed to help Vice President Kamala Harris as she campaigned for the presidency. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel, and there are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Get our final hour off and rolling here. 14th day of November, a Thursday coming on, Friday Eve. Yes, indeed. All right, I'll throw this out there. Eskimo Mom just threw this my way. She lives up in and around the Dayton area. But from her local affiliate, WHIO, a semi crash has closed all lanes of a major interstate this Thursday morning. Dayton police and medics responded just after 2:30 a.m. to a semi-crash on I-75 northbound in Dayton. They found a semi across all lanes on I-75 northbound at Main Street. ODOT cameras show a wrecker is on the scene. Traffic being diverted on 75 northbound at State Route 4. News Center 7 working to learn if there was any injuries, what caused the crash. So that's, I guess it's been blocked off for about an hour and a half now. Now, Eskimo Mom said, I'm about 4 hours away, but it'll make the morning commute a mess if they don't get it cleaned up. All right, so there's a wrecker on the scene, but I guess it's trucks on the side. Going to take them a while to get that cleaned up. Thanks for the heads up, Eskimo Mom. Safe travels out there. It's one of those rainy nights. Rains continue to fall outside the secret bunker. It's been raining all night long. Eagle back on board. Yes, Eagle, what you got for us?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve, I got a couple other things I want to try to talk about. Tonight before I end the show. I want to talk about the Trump situation. Very interesting things coming up. We'll see what happens. Come in the January period of the month. There's this other idiot that one plan that he had planned to try to throw a monkey wrench at Donald Trump, but that's not gonna go through because they control the Senate, so they're not gonna be able to try to block Trump from getting in the White House that way. But there's still the ways that I'm hearing that the Democrats might still try to block Donald Trump in January before inauguration. They still talking about this January 6th nonsense insurrection. This loser, Jack Smith, I'm pretty sure you heard about him, that he has to get rid of his case.
Yes.
It's a bogus case where they planted evidence at Donald Trump's house. And that's what it was a plant. They put them documents there. Who the hell would leave documents in a bathtub, Steve? They claim that they found Donald Trump had classified information in a damn bathtub. That was a plant right there. They tried to shut Donald Trump up. That's all that was. Jack Smith is nothing but a loser. But he ended up losing out in the long run, Steve. He ended up losing out in the long run. He tried to screw Trump, and he ended up screwing himself. Now he out of a job. And walking right the hell out of Washington, D.C., just like he's supposed to. Just like this other bogus, I talked to you all summer long about these bogus cases just like this other case up in New York, with this other loser, the one that tried to first set Trump up, and even had the nerve to convict him of a crime. But yet, you know what? You know, people keep saying, how come he keeps postponing the date for sentences for Trump? You know why he keeps postponing it, Steve? Because he has no case. He has no legitimate reason to put Donald Trump in jail, brother. He had no reason to even convict him of the crime to begin with. He'd be a complete idiot to try to send Donald Trump to jail without having the proper basis of doing. He ain't got no basis. You know, if he had a basis, you bet, as much as they hate Donald Trump, you best believe he'd be in jail right now, Steve. That loser, he need to go ahead and get rid of that bogus case and throw it in the dumpster where it belongs. Because if you got a case, brother, bring it on out and do your thing. He ain't gonna do his thing because there's nothing for him to do. All these cases, same thing with Letitia James. I don't know if you heard what Donald Trump's lawyer told her, and you hear how quiet she got. You know, the day after the election, she had the nerve to open up her miserable mouth and say that she was going to still try to put some charges on Trump. Her lawyer told her, I can't say what he said on the radio, but you see, she's been very quiet since then because she don't want to end up behind bars because what she has is nothing but another bogus case. It's not going to go anywhere, Steve. Donald Trump spent a lot of money and time trying to deal with these deals, and he still ended up walking away with no jail time or nothing. So the Democrats, my man Steve, they failed they're nothing but a bunch of failures. They failed all along. They couldn't get along. They couldn't get the job done. Kamala Harris couldn't get the job done. Joe Biden and any other loser that they come up with. So to try again in 2028, maybe you can find somebody to run that can actually run a good deal this time, Steve. Run a good campaign, and maybe you might have a chance to get back in the White House. Other than that, it's all over for the Democrats. If they dissolve the party, I could care less. If the Democrats go away and never be heard from again after Joe Biden leave the White House in January, it's fair good riddance as far as I'm concerned, because they've been nothing but a disaster for the American people. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. It wasn't Trump's lawyer, but I shared that story last evening, and I can't remember the guy. Who was it? The guy, the Article 3 project, the guy that created that. He's the one that put Letitia James on notice. If you try to continue with your lawfare, he said, we'll put your fat ass in jail. As far as Jack Smith was, Jack Smith spent $50 million prosecuting Trump, trying to find a way to keep the guy from becoming president again. Now word comes down to Jack Smith's going to resign. He's going to close his prosecutions before Trump takes office. The special counsel is expected to summarize his lengthy investigations in a final report before he goes, but it's going to have to be speedily completed in order for the public to see it. But, all right, from Forbes magazine, Smith intends to resign ahead of Trump's presidency. New York Times first reported that this past day. Reports suggested the special counsel and the Justice Department were planning to follow their long-standing precedent to not prosecute sitting presidents and wind down their prosecutions as a result. They are expected to draft a final report before he leaves, according to the Times and NBC News, according with federal policy requiring special counsels to provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by the special counsel, meaning why Smith decided to indict Trump on the charges he brought and why he decided against any possible additional charges that were under consideration. Smith's report, they say, will summarize his two investigations, one for the ex-president's effort to overturn the 2020 election, and one for Trump's alleged withholding of White House documents and alleged obstruction against the government's investigation into them. It is not clear how much new information the report will include, given that most of Smith's evidence has already been made public through the court filings. The Times noted the time crunch means it could be much shorter than other recent special counsel reports, including the likes of Robert Hur and his report on President Biden's retention of White House documents. Special counsel reports are directed to the Attorney General rather than the public per federal statute. Attorney General Merrick Garland has traditionally released them with redactions if required, but it's not likely a Trump-appointed Attorney General would make the filing public if it doesn't get submitted and approved before Inauguration Day. Given the incoming president's animosity against Smith and the fact the report would undoubtedly be critical of Trump. It's not clear how soon this report will be made public. Special counsel is due to submit a filing on Trump's election case by December 2nd, laying out how the prosecutions should proceed and come to an end, most likely, so it's doubtful any report would come out before them while the case against Trump is still active. Smith also has an appeal of Trump's documents charges still pending in federal court, appeals courts, after Eileen Cannon dismissed the case and has not yet given any indication to the court in the case about how he plans to proceed. Other complicating factors that will drag out how long it takes for Smith's report to come out is the fact that it'll have to be reviewed by intelligence agencies for classified information. That process alone took weeks for Hur's report to come out. And Politico points out, that could be an especially arduous process when it comes to Smith's coverage of the documents investigation, as that concerns numerous classified documents they say Trump took back to Mar-a-Lago. Sources cited by the Times weren't sure how long Smith planned to stay at the Justice Department before resigning. His goal is to leave before Inauguration Day. Those plans are still in flux. There could be some unforeseen circumstances like last-minute court filings to keep him around longer. As it stands now, Smith is trying to finish his work and leave before January 20 and has no intention of lingering any longer than he has to, according to the familiar sources. Some say Jack Smith may be fearful that he could ultimately be the one that finds himself behind bars. Whoops. All right, happy Truckin' Thursday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like a high 57, a rainy day. Well, should end by about 10 o'clock this morning for Fort Wayne. 49 and rain most of the day in Sterling Heights as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back again. Have a great day, everybody. It's almost Friday. Semper Fi. From Truckin' Phil. There you go.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, 22 past the hour. Pappy, what's going on, Pappy?
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Steve. Hey, Jack Smith, I heard he withdrew his appeals to the Supreme Court. And he can summarize his little summary in 8 words. The big guy told me to do it.
There you go.
Hey, you said Bitcoin. You said Bitcoin was at like $93,000 a coin.
Yes.
You need to tell him, Bread Redneck, to hang on to his Bitcoins, because I heard some estimates by 2030, a Bitcoin will be worth $800,000.
Really?
Take that to the bank. Hey, the reason I'm calling back real quick, and I'll get off here, Steve. When you were talking about FEMA before, we all heard this story this last week about how FEMA was refusing Trump supporters that had a Trump sign in their yard down in Florida any help. Well, coming out that this was true. And obviously the mainstream media was saying this was a conspiracy theory. It never happened. Well, then they come out and say, well, it was an isolated incident.
Yeah.
And the supervisor was fired as a result, because we don't put up with this kind of stuff. Well, Steve, I don't know if you saw her interview, but the supervisor that was fired was on Fox News tonight. She said there was a couple incidents where Trump supporters that had a Trump sign in their yard got a little hissy with them, let's say, right? And they did say their policy is anybody gives them a hard time, or if somebody's got like a pit bull in their front yard and they're have any kind of fear of entering the property, that they don't have to put themselves in that position, which is understandable. So, but the kicker is here, Steve, is that she admitted, yes, there was a couple Trump people that gave him a hard time, so they backed off. Well, when she said that, passed this on to the higher-ups, she said on Fox News tonight that it was the people above her that put out the order to stay away from anybody with a Trump sign in your yard. Right out of her mouth. And she also said, Steve, and it was not just in Florida, it was in North and South Carolina also.
Yep, sure was.
Just amazing. Another conspiracy theory from the left, shot down, because that's all they do is lie to us.
So how far, the question...
All right, I'll get off here. Thanks for taking...
All right, yeah, so the question is, how far up the chain of command did it go? And how high in the FEMA chain did that word come down? For those, just ignore the Trump supporters. I did have where Representative Anna Pauline Luna of Florida yesterday called on the New York Times to retract their reporting, where they reported that Donald Trump made, quote, false claims about FEMA neglecting specific areas impacted by Hurricane Helene because of politics. Now, at least one FEMA employee told staffers to skip any home with a Trump sign. Luna says, it's infuriating. We were hearing reports out of North Carolina that people also were being denied. And I think that's when I started kind of picking up my head and kind of listening to some of these claims because, again, after the current hurricane hit, both Helene and Milton, Biden called down and assured we'd have all the assistance we needed. But now you're finding this was not just an isolated thing. This woman went as far as directing in person some of these people that were doing the claims to just ignore them. I don't think it was a conspiracy theory. We know President Trump was right, but it's the news outlets like the New York Times that need to retract their accusations, saying that was misinformation. Clearly, we are correct. This is just more evidence this administration, instead of focusing on people and Americans, are not worried about uniting the country. They're just further dividing the country. Now, it couldn't have been one person alone if it was happening in Florida and North Carolina and South Carolina. There's got to be more to the scenario, correct? Again, how high up the chain of command was that word coming down? If they got a Trump sign, screw them. Let them suffer. All right, we're about a minute before a news break. Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney we got here on a Thursday morning? Got you coming up following the news break. One we haven't really talked much about tonight. Tulsi Gabbard selected. Tulsi Gabbard is the Director of National Intelligence. In a press release, Trump praising Gabbard as having fought for the United States and for the freedoms of all Americans. I'm pleased to announce former Congresswoman Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard will serve as the Director of National Intelligence. For over 2 decades, Tulsi has fought for our country and the freedoms of all Americans. As a former candidate for the Democrat presidential nomination, she has broad support in both parties. She is now a proud Republican. Gabbard would bring the fearless spirit that has defined her illustrious career to the intelligence community and would champion the American people's constitutional rights. Tulsi will make us all proud, said Trump. The press release from the Trump-Vance transition team went on to highlight Gabbard's time serving in the National Guard, including several deployments in the Middle East. Of course, she previously ran as a Democrat candidate for president in the 2020 election. And we'll return after this.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned from the House after being picked for Attorney General by President-elect Donald Trump. His controversial appointment needs to be confirmed by the Senate. Former Democrat Tulsi Gabbard's being nominated as Director of National Intelligence as the incoming Trump administration continues to take shape. Conservative commentator Scotty Nell Hughes believes the American public want restraint on spending at home and abroad.
That was one of the directives that the American people sent on Election Day, is they are tired of us continuing to have our nose in places that have nothing to do with national security, as well as this money that we have been not only sending to Ukraine, but other parts of the world that has been unaccounted for. We don't know where the billions have gone. And the accountability starts with the Trump administration.
US President-elect Donald Trump will command a trifecta of power in Washington after the Republicans secured a clean sweep of Congress. Having won last week's election handily, his party also flipped the Senate and, it's been confirmed, narrowly held the House of Representatives, giving them control of the White House and both chambers of the legislature. Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
This hands Donald Trump complete dominance over America's branches of government. When he takes office in January, he will be able to push through his policies, domestic or foreign, with little to no forms of resistance. And it grants Trump's Republicans the ability to launch impeachment proceedings against his opponents. Even the Supreme Court is weighed in his favour. It's mostly conservative-leaning justices providing him presidential immunity. It leaves Democrats in the political wilderness whilst the MAGA agenda is unleashed for at least the next 2 years. Benji Hire, Washington.
Thousands of police officers are on duty in Paris for a football international between France and Israel. It follows anti-Semitic attacks on Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters at a match in Amsterdam last week. French President Emmanuel Macron has confirmed he will attend the match, despite some calls from France's far left for him to refuse to attend or for the match to be cancelled. There are calls for more anti-pollution measures in New Delhi, with the city's thick smog in the severe air quality category. Finer pollutants in the air around 70 times higher than what's considered tolerable, as Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Experts are now urging the Delhi government to step up anti-pollution measures, which include a ban on construction activities and polluting vehicles on the road. Officials had enacted Stage 2 of the Graded Response Action Plan a few weeks ago, and now with the air quality dipping to severe levels, there are calls to enforce Stage 3. That could see schools shutting down for students below 12 years of age. A new survey has found that 40% of families in Delhi had a member consulting a doctor in the past 3 weeks. Medical officials say people are coming in with aggravated asthma, breathing problems, and in extreme cases need intensive care due to the pollution. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply.
Back at it here, where we leave off. Oh, yeah, Knuckle Buster. Well, good morning. What kind of baloney?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summer. Well, you know, people are going crazy over this election, Steve. I mean, just real crazy. And therefore, these are just my opinions, and it makes them a right one. You know, for me, anyway. Grump's got his and make them right for his. I can agree with some of what he says, but not 100%. Never for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We got a woman that lives down the road from us, Steve. She is a never Trumper. I was trying to tell her about Trump pick being a woman for chief of staff. See, she yelled at me and called me every name in the book. I told her, I'm sorry we pissed you off, but you'll eventually get over it.
That's a fact.
Speaking of that Hurricane Milton,
yes,
I got a cousin who lives down there in Cocoa, Florida. It's kind of southeast of Orlando there. I kept asking her, were you leaving? And she said, no, it's just another hurricane to me. So when it was all over with, she said, oh, we're good. Said it was kind of a wimp of a storm by the time it got over on the east coast of Florida. So she never even lost power, Steve, and she said it was rolling off into the ocean. So I guess she got lucky, right?
Yes, she did.
Well, I guess old Vladimir Putin there, he's kind of hurting there, Steve. I feel sorry for him. They've lost about 3,500 tanks during this war. And I read on the War Zone that their largest film studio there in Russia donated antique tanks back to the military.
Okay.
So I guess they'll be shooting some old ammo at them too there. I don't know. Well, I just lost all respect for Denzel Washington. He posted a thing there, said he done a full-on gay kiss in the movie Gladiator 2, but it got cut from the final release there. You know, if you want to kiss another man, go right ahead. I could care less, but I'm not going to. Would you kiss another man, Steve?
It's not in my nature. No, sir. I mean, did he specify?
No, sir, me neither.
Did he specify why it was cut from the film? Did he want it to be cut, or did the studio decide to cut it? Did he say?
The studio decided to cut it.
Really?
I'd have never done it to start with. They wouldn't have had a problem there with cutting it. So, I mean, I just lost all respect for that man. Well, got two more things for you. A moose broke into a BMW shop and crushed a classic 8 Series that was getting a full restoration, Steve. Talking about a bull in a china shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there wasn't much left. Yep, I was on the drive. Wasn't much left that car after that moose got through with it. And y'all buy some sticks and eliminator, and you better get that out of jail December 21st coming up real quick. It'll be on us before we know it there, Steve. Have yourself a great, blessed day, brother. Had a great show. Enjoyed listening to you.
All right. I saw the headline about the Denzel Washington. He's always been one of my favorite actors there. And even on the political side, I feel like he's pretty much a conservative. That was my impression. I have to look a little more into that. I see some of the headlines. Gladiator 2 cuts the gay kiss. Turns out a gay kiss scene was cut from Gladiator 2 because of the powers that be, whatever that is. I'll have to do a little digging. Industry headlines from CDL Life. Last couple of days. Now, I know they're always looking for a way to get the illegals and the drugs into the country, and they'll pack these individuals into tight quarters. We've shared stories of 19 illegals in the sleeper berth of a trucker's cab. Last I checked, granted, your fuel tank on a big truck, oftentimes, 100, maybe 150-gallon tanks. Could you fit 2 illegals in one tank? That sounds like a tight fit to me. Truck driver arrested earlier this month after officers discovered illegals inside the diesel tanks. The migrants discovered on November 8th, Interstate 35 near Laredo. According to the Laredo Morning Times, a trooper pulled over a red Volvo semi for a regular traffic violation. decided to conduct a canine inspection. The canine alerted to the presence of contraband. Upon investigation, officers discovered 2 migrants concealed inside one of the diesel tanks on the semi. The 2 men had to be cut out of the tank in order to free them. Truck driver, identified as 47-year-old Gonzalo Rico Jr., arrested on 2 felony counts of smuggling a person. In other words, they had to be put in this tank, and they, I guess, sealed the tank to make it look like it was legit. They had to cut them out of the tank. Next on the list. Seems like I've shared an awful lot of stories. I had no idea that this tampering with the emissions monitoring systems in recent years had become such a big thing. We've had numerous companies that have been selling hundreds and thousands of these, what they call them, delete kits, or to delete the emission systems on trucks. The latest is a husband and wife in Washington State have been sentenced for tampering with emission monitoring systems on hundreds of diesel trucks and using the proceeds to fund a luxurious lifestyle. 44-year-old Tracy Coutu and Sean Coutu were sentenced to 4 years probation, 4 months home confinement, 60 hours community service, $10,000 fine each, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Washington, indicted on charges of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act and 11 specific violations of the Clean Air Act. In May of 21, Tracy was convicted following a jury trial in May of this year. Sean pleaded guilty in March of this year. The couple owned or co-owned Racing Performance Maintenance Northwest, known as RPM, and a related sales company called RPM Motors. Officials say between January of 2018 and November of 2020, the defendants charged customers fees of about $2,000 per truck to remove, a.k.a. delete, the emission control systems, and then modified, they use the word tuned, legally required software that works to ensure the pollution remains within the legal limits. Further, during the sale of a truck, the couple allegedly offered to remove the emission systems as part of the sale. Over 3 years' time, the couple reportedly deleted 375 diesel trucks and were paid over $500,000 for illegal modifications, using the money for their 10-acre compound with a saltwater pool, garage housing an extensive collection of expensive exotic cars. The attorney's office said these defendants removed pollution controls from some 375 trucks, causing them to continuously spew massive amounts of pollutants into the environment. They knew their conduct was illegal and harming the environment, but it kept up to help pay for their 10-acre estate, their yacht, their collection of exotic cars. The Department of Justice will continue to seek and hold business owners accountable for putting the health of the community at risk. Like I said, just the list goes on and on. A lot of, I guess, what do they call it? The black market business of tuning or deleting those emission control systems. One other quick tidbit here. The drugs continue to pour into this country across that southern border. The latest, an estimated street value seizure of methamphetamine to the tune of $31,169,000. Customs and Border Protection seizing thousands of pounds of illegal drugs from a truckload of produce at the Texas border crossing. It was November 10, just a couple days ago. Tractor trailer making entry from Mexico entered the Pharr International Bridge facility in Texas. The tractor trailer was referred for a secondary inspection. Using non-intrusive imaging technology, officers physically inspected the vehicle, extracting 1,859 packages of methamphetamine weighing more than 2,100 pounds concealed within the shipment of Serrano peppers. Again, street value $31 million. The drugs were seized. The truck was seized. Homeland Security is investigating the incident. It is 844-844-3388.
Whitman's Big Red kept it fresh through the teeth of the 3-0's Eastern Tour. Kruger's Smoke Show was a knockout in the West, and an old semi-driver was killing his time on the track in 4-1 Pro. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It's drawing near. The 53rd NTPA Awards Banquet is Saturday, December 7th in Dublin, Ohio. Tickets for the banquet remain available and on sale at ntpapull.com. The ceremony that honors our regional and grand national champions, states, polls and pullers, and Rookie of the Year, Special Award winners, and Hall of Fame inductees begins at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Stream it live or on demand for free at ntpa.tv. But first, we continue our look back at the 2024 Regional National Champions. Jerry Martin, Bucyrus, Ohio. John Deere 5020, 2024 NTPA Region 2 4.1 Pro Stock Champion. Martin's unmonikered machine was magnificent with 4 wins across the 7-hook series. He opened with a victory in Paulding and followed it up with a second in Logansport. The lone hiccup arrived as a Saturday afternoon sixth that allowed Jacob Oles just add dirt to take over the lead for about 6 hours until Martin reclaimed it with a third in the night session. After that, the 50-20 Deere reeled off firsts in Monroe, Hicksville, and Roanoke to put 10 points in between itself and dirt and secure the first NTPA title for Martin. Dean Hollicky, Waterville, Minnesota. Killing Time, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 4.1 Pro Stock Champion. Following a rough 6th place start in Ellsworth, Hollicky's Deere made a killing 30-point performances in 7 straight hooks, including wins in Tomah, Lancaster, Decorah, Eagle Grove, Jordan, and Menominee. That took all the suspense away from this title chase and left us just, never mind. Traditional Power Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester spent most of the season in second until a late rally by Torrey Keith's Scooterville Hammer. As for Dino, he got one more W in Waiawega and picked up his first title since his days in the cab of a Mother Trucker Semi. Eric Whitman, Republic, Ohio. Big Red, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 East Champion. Whitman made his Big Red last a little longer, hooking every night of both sub-regional circuits en route to the Eastern title and a 5th in the West. A pair of seconds a state apart in Waynesburg and Paulding preceded a 4th in Wauseon that dropped Big Red to 2nd behind Calvin Logan's Running Out of Room. It was stuck there for exactly 1 month until a 3rd in Washington Courthouse returned it to the top of the table. In the interim, Whitman had earned the first of his 3 wins in Western Charlotte, and he added 2 more in the East in Norwalk and Greensville to seal it. Frank Kruger, Bailey, Michigan. Smoke Show, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 West Champion. Smoke Show's outlook was mostly cloudy early, as Kruger followed up an Eastern warm-up with the first 2 Western hooks in Arcola and earned a 5th, a 6th, and 2 7ths. Things lightened up on Saturday with a 3rd, and afterwards seconds in Dorr and Logansport and a resultant 2nd in the standings to Nick Stom's Power Wagon. But then came the barrage, 3 consecutive victories in Cassopolis, Coldwater, and Marshall, with the last of which Frank finally wrested the lead from Frank. Kruger's lead survived a 3rd in Roanoke to advance to the Enderley, where Smoke showed out. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right. Thank you so much to Shorty. Sent me an interesting tidbit in regards to, well, it's been over a week now since the election, and the libs have been in a tailspin. The left has spent the last 7 days wondering why they lost in such embarrassing fashion. It's going to take a lot more than that to dissect it all, but Danica Patrick may have a pretty solid clue where they can start. The ex-NASCAR star joined the Trump camp at the tail end of the campaign and was a lightning rod from start to finish, from MAGA dresses that turned on the internet to speeches and rallies that had attendees ready to run through a brick wall. Danica was a key part of Trump's return to the White House. Now, a week after the Dems got blown out, she's ready to reveal exactly how much the Trump campaign paid her for her appearances. Spoiler alert, it wasn't much. Danica said she did it for the love of her country. Zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Danica Patrick worked her tail off for Donald J. Trump for free, while insufferable Hollywood types like Beyonce and Oprah were paid upwards of $1 million to speak at rallies for Kamala. Trump paid Danica $0. She did it because she loved her country. She believed it was in what Trump was doing. And for the Dems out there, get your notebooks out, get your pencils ready. Yeah, because that's the number one lesson. Stop paying people to talk on your behalf. Either people love you enough and believe in you enough to do it for free, or they don't really like you. That's the difference between the two right now, right there. Danica, who was a never Trumper not too long ago, came aboard for free because she believed in him. Oprah Winfrey, who's worth billions of dollars, demanded a fat paycheck for her stupid cameo at a Kamala rally. While they had people twerking, not Oprah, thank goodness, we had people fighting for the country. I found that rather interesting. Okay, Danica, way to go. Double R.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing all right. Yeah, we're kind of a rainy night at the secret bunker.
Yeah, I'm over here in South Carolina, and it's raining pretty decent. It's been a rough trip. So, you still with me?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Steve? You get quiet. Hey, real quick, I know you're getting ready to unplug the switch here, but have you heard anything about these Yahoo truck drivers they got out here, as far as Trump sending them back home? Or I'm hearing all kind of wild stories about these Mexican drivers and Indonesian drivers and all African drivers, that their days are limited. And also, have they said who's going to take over Buttigieg's job, or have you heard anything on all that?
Nah, not a thing on, I don't know, does Transportation Secretary, I forget. Some things change, some things don't. I assume he might be able to appoint a new transportation secretary. Now, like for the FMCSA, I guess he can try to suggest someone to lead that. I mean, the door's open there right now. I did see, I shared, I don't know if I shared it on the program, where there's a big question mark out there. We know there are companies that are using the illegals in this country to drive trucks. Question is, we don't know how many there are, but there are going to be some truck drivers that find themselves headed back to their home country, wherever the hell it might be.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because I heard, these people that come over to the United States, well, they ask them, well, what'd you do over in your country? Well, I was a truck driver. Well, here's your license, and half of them don't know nothing, And
exactly.
I was just hearing wild stories about that, and I just wanted to check with you on it.
Well, that'll be something I guarantee we'll be talking more about that in the coming days. Double R, we had just enough time to squeeze them in here, but we got to say farewell here for a Thursday. But come on back at the midnight hour, Eastern time tonight. We'll do it again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Oh boy, do I.
Give me my dreams.